Hello everyone and welcome back to the coverage of the London Chess Classic. Today is round 8. We're almost nearing the end of the tournament and things are getting even more exciting as we will soon know who is going to win the tournament. The stakes are getting higher and it's getting more and more exciting. Welcome back everyone. I am Women International Master Anna-Maja and I'm delighted to bring you the action back of the London Chess Classic. Who are you guys rooting for? Let me know in the chat. But before we take a look at the games, as you see, the players are only just now arriving to the boards. Remember, we have a 15-minute delay to the game, so the games have started in London, but not here just yet for us. So the camera is delayed as well for 15 minutes so that the board as well as the camera are synchronized. So super excited to be back for round 8, everyone. Let's take a look at who is playing today, who is playing who. So first, before we do so, let's take a look at the current standing. So this is how it looks like right now. We have Michael Adams, first place, leading the tournament with 5 points. A lot of points, hasn't lost so far, and is the only person in the field that hasn't lost so far. So deserving lead. But right behind is Gukash as well as Amin Tabatabai with 4.5 points out of 7. So very close at the top right there. And then we have on 4th place Mateusz Bartel with 4 points. So still a lot to be decided in the last 2 rounds. And as you can see from the standings, Michael Adams has to face the ones at the bottom of the leaderboard. So let's take a look at today's pairings. The pairings are as follows. We have Andrei Volokitin facing Mateusz Bartel, Nikita Vitiugov against Hans Niemann, Gukash against Amin Tabatabai, and then we have Jules Moussard versus Shreyas Royal, and finally Michael Adams facing Luke McShane. So far, Luke hasn't had a great tournament, so let's see if he can hold himself against Michael Adams, as that is of course not an easy matchup to face against someone who has had a good tournament so far. So things are getting very exciting. Here we see, I believe that is Shreyas Royal sitting down at the board. I believe Hans has also taken his seat behind the board. The players are early as the round starts in a couple of minutes. We've seen a few latecomers in the past 2 days, but I hope you guys are doing amazing. By the way, let me thank you. Let's thank the viewers on YouTube as well as on Twitch. Thank you so much to Ask here for the 43 months resub. Thank you so much. Thank you. We see a lot of, so on Twitch there is this new feature where you can share how many streams you have watched in a row. So a lot of you guys are dropping in with 20 consecutive streams this month, which is incredible. This month, we've only had 9 days so far, so I'm really interested in how the counting works there, but so yeah, the players are back in the main playing room where they used to play most of the rounds. Yesterday we had a different playing room, and we're back in the main room where we can see all the boards at once. So a few boards are better visible than some, but that should not make a huge difference, as we of course try to focus on what the expressions are of the players. As we have seen in some of the rounds, some crazy blunders have happened. It's always nice to catch what the expressions are of the players, whether they're happy or not happy. Oftentimes when you know that your opponent has blundered, you try to put up a poker face. You don't want to laugh at them. You don't want to make fun of them. It's disrespectful during a game. But sometimes we see, not at this level, but oftentimes we see in lower levels that it's really difficult to keep your emotions still. And yeah, here we often see that the players are very calm and collected and don't really smile as much during the game. There's a big poker face going on. So yeah, that's why we often don't see the joy of the players during the games. Also, of course, one win does not matter as much as what matters most is winning the tournament. And as there are so many rounds in the tournament, right, you can't celebrate too early. You have to fight until the very end. So, yeah, anything can still happen, even though it's only 2 rounds left. But Michael Adams is having a good tournament and is facing currently number 8 and number 10 in the standings. So very good pairings for him, but you never know. You never know what may happen. We've seen Shreya Zorial also having a really good tournament so far, so anything can happen. Let me take a look. Let me switch around here. All right. Let's see. Why a delay? Good question. It's for fair play measures. So yesterday we had a glimpse of how the fair play measures are taking place in the playing hall itself. So before the run starts, the players are checked with a metal scan detector every single round. So before they enter the playing hall, they are checked, and that is simply to make sure that there is fair play measures taking place. And on top of that, there's a 15-minute delay, another fair play measure. So yeah, it's simply to secure the tournament, to make it safe for the players. So always good to have those measures at hand. So let me switch this around here, guys. Apparently Hans is sick right now. There are some rumors going around. I believe we were one of my community members has shared that Mateusz Bartel, Hans's opponent yesterday, that Hans was feeling sick. So that is of course really unfortunate, and we hope that he gets well soon. It's always difficult to feel sick during a tournament as the games go on. You can't really ask anyone to pause. Nobody is going to pause for you, and you also don't want to drop out from a tournament, right? So the show must go on, but it may come at the cost of your points. So yeah, it'd be funny to actually see someone just hysterically laugh after realizing the blunder. Rarely happens in chess. It would give lots of content for sure, but yeah, doesn't really happen. Hey Turtlesager, welcome, hello. We see the opening speech being done by organizer Malcolm Payne, together with arbiter Shore Bayat, and the games are about to start. Almost all the players have arrived to the board, so we may see the moves appear on the screen very soon. By the way, guys, just so you know, the players are fighting for the #1 prize of £15,000, which is approximately 19,000 US dollars. So that's quite a lot of money. And we also have prizes for 2nd, 3rd, and 4th place. So a lot to be played for. And here we see that the games have started, and we see French defense in the game that we have on the screen between Andrei Volokitin and Mateusz Bartel. Super exciting, as the French defense is personally one of my favorite openings. And we do see the bishop b4 line called the winnower. This is giving more sharp lines and is a lot trickier to play for both sides, but nonetheless, we're here for the exciting game, right? So that is really nice to see. Here we see that after a3, bishop captured on c3. The idea being that white's pawn structure is pretty bad on the queen side, but at the same time, the bishop pair of white is pretty strong here, as this dark squared bishop can access many squares, can go to g5, pretty disturbing. Queen comes to g4, attacking the pawn on g7, and there are tons of lines here that have been calculated until the very end. Lots of forcing lines, so a lot of theory that needs to be studied, and that is also one of the reasons why a lot of players in the French defense avoid the winnower, including me, as it is so forcing. Everything has been calculated, analyzed, and the theory goes on until past move 20. I believe Anish Giri also has a course on this. one of the very few reasons why I didn't get Anish's scores on the French defense, simply because I don't play the win hour. So that's of course very unfortunate, but he does cover the win hour for defense in this line. But here we see, so very strange move in the moves in the past few moves, right? So it's very typical that black sacrifices the pawns on the king side, as black does not plan to castle there. Oftentimes in French defense, even in this sharp line, the king stays in the middle of the board and waits until the game continues, and you can decide whether you want to stay there, move to d7, or long castle even. That is pretty common in the win hour as well. And after queen takes h7, queen c7, so the attention is on that pawn on c3. So you want to capture that pawn with check, and that is why knight e2 defends the pawn defense, as you can still capture it with the pawn, but knight c6 was played, and it is attacking the pawn on e5, and you may wonder, why not simply c takes d4? Because you're recapturing the pawn doesn't seem to be bad at all, right? Well, the problem is knight takes d4 is a tactical opportunity for black. So after knight takes d4, there's queen c3 check. You capture the rook. It's not completely lost for white, but why would you go for this if you have better moves, right? So allowing this tactic would not be so ideal for white. That's why f4 is played. And now d takes c3, knight takes c3. So white is still up a pawn, but as you can see, black does have attacking ideas such as knight to d4, opening up the queen towards the knight. Knight takes c2 is a big threat. Once the knight will move, as the queen is still covering that pawn on c2. Very sneaky piece. So the players seem to be very well prepared in this line, which is pretty surprising to see, because I don't remember Mateusz playing the French win hour. I believe in this tournament he has played the French. I tried to recall which line it was, but I believe he played move knight to f6 at least. It was a more solid approach, and it did not go his way at all. He had a really tough time dealing with the position, so that could have been the reason why he switched up to the win hour now. So thanks, Abby. Thank you so much. Risky to be a French king. The pairings of today, for those who are joining just now, let me quickly pull up the pairings one more time, just to show you, as the players are still in the opening phase, so the moves will come in very shortly. But here are the pairings of today. Yes, I know that since in the last two rounds things are very important to keep an eye on, but here you have the pairings. Andrei Volokitin against Mateusz Bartel, Nikita Vitiugov against Hans Niemann, Kukash against Amin Tabatabai, and we have Jules Moussard against Shreyas Royal, the young talent from England, and Michael Adams against Luke McShane. So these are the pairings. Make sure to keep an eye on the games. I mean, all of the games are very important, right? Because funnily enough, a lot of the players that are in competing for the top prizes are on different boards. But the game between Kukash and Amin Tabatabai may be one of the most important ones, as well as Michael Adams against Luke McShane, as Kukash is fighting for that candidate spot, right? There's still lots of tournaments happening this month, so the candidate spot will only be decided on the 1st of January, when we are certain that no more tournaments are allowed to count for the FIDE Grand Prix circuit. But we do know that Kukash is fighting for that candidate spot, and in this tournament he needs to win the tournament with a sole lead. So now that he's running behind half a point behind Michael Adams, and he's facing Amin Tabatabai, who has the same amount of points as him, Kukash, that means that this game matters a lot, and we have to take a look how this game started. As Kukash, of course, wants to win this, especially as he's playing with the white pieces. So with a win, he would have a really good chance to try to go for the first spot. But for now, he has to take down none other than Amin Tabatabai. So let's take a look. How did this game start? It looks like some Italian Ruy Lopez game. Let's take a look. e4, e5. Indeed, Italian has happened. Bishop c5, b4, an early b4. Interesting inclusion. It often means that you're not planning to play d4 whatsoever. After b4, let's say bishop b6, you don't want to play d4 anymore because the pawn already has to defend the pawn on b4, so you don't really have the opportunity of playing d4 anymore. And after a4, you stop the pawn by playing a5. b5 has been played, of course. You don't want to allow a takes b4 at any cost. b5 has been played, knight e7, knight d2, short castle, knight g6, and bishop b3. So the knight went all the way back to g6 and is now trying to go jump to f4. That could lead to interesting positions as black is trying to create some attacking chances on the king side, and difficult to see where white's play is. So bishop b3 has been played with possibly the idea of putting the knight on c4, attacking that bishop on b6. Capturing that bishop would be a really good idea. This bishop is extremely disturbing for white, as pinning that pawn can lead to disastrous positions for white. You really want to start pushing f4, if not d4. So that's why this bishop needs to be captured if possible. And knight c4 after bishop a7, of course, this pawn is hanging on a5. So bishop b3, very clever idea to prepare the move knight to c4. Where's Mustard? Musa? Some of the players have been arriving a little later the past few rounds, so yeah. As there's also a security check necessary, a scan, metal scan detector needed before the round. The players may be arriving on time, but they have to go through this check. So of course the players are asked to arrive early for this matter, but you can't force them to be early. 10 minutes is also a bit too much to ask, as the players are getting ready for their games and every single minute matters in preparation here. Thanks so much, Boldcool. Thank you. Gamarjova, hello. So let's take a look at the other games, as Amin has now started spending time on his move. Bishop b3 is a pretty tricky move to deal with. So he needs to figure out what to do against knight c4, if that is something he should be concerned about. Let's take a look at the other games. We have in the game between Nikita Vityugov and Hans Niemann. This is another Berlin, guys. I look at the pawn structure. I've seen this pawn structure in so many games this tournament, so it is already safe to guess that this has come from a Berlin. So let's take a look. Indeed, the Berlin. I just love how the white players against Hans are not even avoiding this because you can go for anti-Berlin positions with d3, simply defending that pawn, and that's it. But they're just accepting the Berlin. We see knight takes e5. We don't see the quick repetition that happens a lot in the Berlin, so at least we have a game on, but it is a very even position. This is very similar to one of the other games of Hans. We analyzed this pretty thoroughly, that it's crazy that bishop takes d4 is not good at all. So to illustrate, well, it's okay, but it leads to a lot of bad consequences for black. So after bishop takes d4, bishop takes d6 is always in the air. So you take here, after takes, you simply play c3, and the pawns in the center are simply permanent weaknesses. And this bishop is not developed. It can develop to b7, but it will take lots of time, as the white pieces will activate really quickly. And this is why you don't want to take that pawn on d4. So knight e8 has been played, c3 to defend the pawn, d5, bishop d3, knight went to g7, and Hans is simply preparing to move bishop to f5. Very classic, common idea to play g6 and then put a knight on g7 to support the bishop to go to f5, as oftentimes in these pawn structures the bishop is stuck on c8, and as you can see, the bishop can't go to g4. Bishop going to e6 doesn't look great at all. Bishop to d7 is very passive, holding the pieces sort of stuck on the queen side, and simply not an ideal square for the bishop. You also don't want to go to b7 because you will be staring at those pawns. So then you'd rather have it move to f5. And if you could possibly trade it for this bishop on d3, then you succeeded with your mission. Mission successfully completed. So rook e1 and indeed bishop f5. So bishop f5 on the board, offering the trade. And I'm expecting this game to end in a draw, but I think the most fun prediction would be, how long is it going to take? Is it going to take 5 minutes, 10, 30? Is it going to last longer than 30 minutes? I don't think so. I personally don't think so. The players have been making their moves super quickly. It's move 18 already, and I think we will see a draw. What would my guess be? I'll give them 15 minutes. I think we will see a draw in 15 minutes. That is my prediction. That is my prediction. Let's take a look. Rook e1 really is very drawish, especially this line. Yeah. Simply not going for much here. Hans lost yesterday, so Hans had a really good winning position yesterday, but the position was extremely complicated, so he had to spend a little bit more time after move 40 as he rushed with his decision to take this rook on c2, sacrifice the queen, but it did not go his way. He had to move the queen away first, push the pawn on to e7, and that way he would win that game. And it was really difficult to understand this, right? He may have missed some moves along the way, so very difficult position, but I'm sure that Hans is really upset that he did not manage to win that, as he had a completely winning position and his opponent simply went all in. And for those who don't know, by the way, I only found out this morning that his opponent, Mateusz Bartel, is making daily recaps of his games. So I was wondering yesterday, imagine if we could have insights from the players, what they were calculating, what they missed and everything. It is in Polish, so his recaps are in Polish. Maybe there is a way to have subtitles, but it was really awesome to see that a player of his caliber, this level, is doing daily recaps on his YouTube channel. So make sure to check that out as well, as it's always nice to hear the thoughts of the players. And yeah, maybe he missed something, maybe he was expecting all of this to happen and he simply had no choice what to do. So yeah. And we see here lots of trades here, so let's quickly move on to another game. We go to the game between Jules Moussard and Suarez Royal. Jules on move 4, already down over 10 minutes. I think it has to do with the fact that Jules appeared late to the board, but nonetheless, he's down on the clock. And here after g3, knight to d7. So oftentimes we wait with moving this knight right because knight to d7 blocking the bishop, blocking development over here. And you'd rather start with the move knight f6. But what is interesting is that he's essentially preparing to move e5 already. So after knight d7, e5 is a possibility. So you need to stop that with white. So d4, and you essentially force white to play the move d4. And if they don't, then you have a really nice position. So that sort of forces matters, as white is taking it very easy with move knight f3 and then g3. And keeps all the options open. But 97 is indicating that we're not doing that. We're not making things too flexible for you. You play d4 now or never. So knight b6 was played, bishop g2, and bishop f5. So the bishop is out to f5. Can always be targeted by the knight. Knight can go to h4. Where does the bishop go? Always unclear. So I'm guessing that in this situation, you simply want to put it on g6 and accept the fact that the bishop may be captured. And at the same time, I can see black going for moves such as c6, because at the end of the day, if this bishop is on g2, unable to attack or open things up on this diagonal, then this bishop is not great at all. It's the Catalan bishop, but in this situation, it's not doing so well as white is not able to play c4. So really interesting maneuvering here by Shiraz-Royal, who put the knight early to b6, stopping all sorts of ideas from white. I really like this setup. I'm going to take notes here, guys, because this is a really interesting idea. Thanks for the support, guys. Thanks for the support on YouTube. I really appreciate it. I really appreciate it. Let's take a look now at the game between Michael Adams and Luke McShane. What has happened here? Oh no. Okay. Okay, d3. It's at the Berlin defense, so I got slightly concerned, but it's the Ruy Lopez avoiding the Berlin, so that's very good. Bishop c5, c3, short castle, and an early d5. Ooh, Luke is spicing it up already. So queen takes d5, the queen goes back to d6, and now b4. And here bishop b6. So this is the current position. With an early d5, your forcing matters quite a bit, right? Oftentimes black takes it easy with d6, a6, etc. But in this situation, this bishop is free to go to g4, and it's not easy for white to play d4 anymore. That is simply not happening, which is why b4 was played. But I really like the setup that black has opted for. Much easier to play here with black, and this pawn is very well defended, so black does not need to worry about that just yet. And this pawn on d3 may become a problem, as this bishop is coming out to f5, the rooks may go to the d file, and things are not looking super good for that pawn. But of course, it's too early to call anything here. But definitely a different approach than we've seen in many of the other Ruy Lopez games. Thanks, Matthew. Thanks. I did something to my hair, yeah, as it was time to go for a shower, so had to do something with it. d5 is what most black players play these days because they want to force matters early, and people are tired of playing the main line. Exactly, and I actually like it a lot for black. Is Gugash doing well for the candidates qualifier? Could be better. He's currently sharing the second place together with his opponent of today, Amin Tabatbayi, and he's a half a point behind the leader. So it's not impossible. The dream is not impossible for Gugash, but matters are not looking good for him. So he needs to step up now. Then the last two rounds, well, he has quite a tough two last rounds to go still. Very important match today. If he wins today, he has a really good chance still. So, yeah. Oh, we already have a result? Wait, is my... is my prediction accurate? I said the draw would happen in 15 minutes, but I forgot what time it was when I said that. It was probably less than 10 minutes. The draw has occurred in this game. Wait a second, guys. Wait. Let's move back in the position where we left off. So this occurred, and what I'm seeing here is a brilliant move and another one. Imagine playing two brilliant moves in a row and not being able to win, guys. I would feel really sad personally. I would feel really sad. So here, queen takes e8, knight f6, king f8. The players traded off all the pieces, and then they shut down the position with the pawn moves, and that's it. The game was agreed to a draw on move 30. So this is, of course, it makes sense as Hans is allegedly not feeling well. So he, of course, is happy to go for this draw and simply take rest, as he definitely needs it when he feels this way. G3 for symmetry. Yeah, that should have been played. You can't leave the board like this. Demon Sword, thanks for the gifted sub. Thank you. So yeah, we have been told by I have been told by someone that watched the recap of Mateusz Bertel, who said that Hans seems to be sick. So that's what we know as of now. So That would explain the draw also a lot. So let's move on to the game of Kukash as things are spicing up here already. We need a reward for one prediction for a streamer. Well, I said 15 minutes. I gave them 15 minutes. I don't know how accurate I was to this. Whoa! Thank you so much for the $20 donation, John, in the super chat on YouTube. Thanks so much. Oh, that is so kind. Thank you. It makes me so, like, okay, I appreciate the support so much on both Twitch and YouTube. But when I see something like this happen on YouTube, it makes me so happy because I'm so new to YouTube, so I don't expect much when I stream on YouTube. I got my home is on Twitch, right? But to see the amount of support on YouTube is just simply amazing. Thank you so much. Thank you. That is super kind. Are you able to give VIP badges in YouTube, guys? Does anyone know this? I've been struggling to add moderators to YouTube, but if there is a way to give VIP badges in YouTube, please let me know. There's no way? That's so sad. Hey, Pezzy, hello. That's so sad. Hey, Leo, welcome. Yeah, it's actually really good to see that the players are appearing to their boards. It's good manners. I mean, of course, the players are invited to play, right? So it's common. It would be very uncommon to not show up to the game, but it's always good practice to show up to the game, even though you're feeling sick, even though you have something going on, because that's just how life is. Similarly, how when we were younger, I would often still go to school, even though I was not feeling so well. Only when you really can't handle it, you decide to not go, right? But in a chess tournament, there's a lot at stake, and once the pairings are out, it's difficult to, not play and decide to withdraw from the tournament. So, yeah, oftentimes people are fighting for a norm, so you would ruin someone's norm chances, or, they would simply not have a game. So that's why it is important, despite not feeling good, to show up regardless. And, that's why it's really good to see that Hunt still showed up. Of course, it's a closed tournament, so it is expected, but he showed up and a draw was made after 30 moves. You can only add moderators? Aw, okay. Too bad. Let's take a look at this game now. Let me do something about this. You can't come into my channel and say that you want someone else. That's not nice. That's not nice. You can think about that comment. Thank you so much, Vamsi, for the $1.99 donation in the super chat. That's so kind. Thank you. Thank you so much, Vamsi. That's so kind. Let's look at this game. We have been, we left off at this moment that h6 was played, knight to c4. Okay, so black went for h6. Interesting decision, allowing the move knight c4. Bishop c5 was played, and now d4. So takes. The bishop has to move again. Bishop went to b4, e5, d takes e5, and now knight f takes e5. So white has the isolated pawn on d4. Really interesting that white is opting for this line, but white does have a lot of activity, right? The bishop feels a little bit misplaced on b4. It looks good there, right? Controlling the square e1, potentially threatening to play bishop c3, attacking that pawn and the rook on a1. But at the same time, once you put a bishop on b2, it doesn't really do much here. And if not rook e1, we will go rook d1 instead. So I really like what white is trying to do here, trying to put pressure on the opponent, as the knight on g6 does not do much anymore. So I'm expecting knight takes e5 to happen, as, yeah, what else can you do with the knight? Maybe bishop f5 could be played to protect that knight on g6, but doesn't feel like it's a good idea to do that, as knight e3 will be invited, attacking that bishop. So this bishop simply doesn't have many squares left. What can I do to break out of 1500 and be on my way to 2000? There's not a clear guide to go from a certain rating to another rating, or to climb a rating at a certain level. But what is important is that you identify your mistakes and start working on them, whether they are in the opening, middle game, or end game. If you have a lot of mistakes in the end game, you should start working on your end games. If you have problems in the openings should be looked at and considered which you should opt for. So try to identify your mistakes and work on them, and that should help you a lot. And keep doing puzzles. Absolutely, keep doing puzzles, because a lot of the games are based on tactics decided on those, and it will help you a lot to improve your tactical recognition, pattern recognition. How can you improve your calculation effectively? Yeah, that is a tough one. As it requires a lot of effort, and it's hard to do that on your own. Oftentimes coaches can help you with that, to train your calculation. So I believe there are some YouTube channels that cover this, that really teach you how to do this. But it's very effective to get a coach for that. Yeah. See you, Joe Solver. Play. Thank you so much for the super chat, Aryan. Thank you so much. Rooting for Gukash. Hope he does well and qualifies for candidates. My favorite youngster. I have no idea what that currency is, but I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you. You guys are too kind. I appreciate it a lot. So, yeah. This seems to be still in Gukash's preparation. Very impressive. He's on 1 hour 34 minutes. This is move 16, and he's still making his moves super fast. So Amin is spending quite some time here, and rightfully so, as this position is not super easy to deal with. Knight has been captured on e5. Knight takes e5, almost instantly played. And here we see the knight on e5 and the bishop on b3. Pointing towards that pawn on f7, and difficult for black to defend this. I mean, you don't really have a bishop that can jump right there. You can go bishop f5, but you don't have the opportunity to play bishop g6. If you play bishop e6, you allow the capture to happen, and you will be left off with a weakness on e6, so that is far from ideal. You can, of course, play moves such as queen a7, but then you drop knight g6, and that will be a fork on the queen and rook, as the pawn on f7 is pinned. Crazy stuff. So what else do you have, right? Because you want to keep defending that pawn, and ideally you would want to play rook e8 and detach the rook from that pawn, but you don't really have a choice currently. So you would have to think of moves such as queen d6, simply developing the queen to a different square and try to connect the rooks this way. Thanks, Nomich. That's so kind. Thank you. Hi, British. I appreciate it. Hello. Thank you, Chris. Camera position is better today. So for those who are wondering, there are two different playing halls for the players. I believe they're in the same building because it looks very similar. But sometimes some of the rooms are taken on some of the days. So yesterday the players had to move to a different room, and now the players are back in this main room what we have seen most of the times in the tournament. So that's why now the camera angle looks better, as yeah, we have had this angle for the longest time. It's a bigger room, and we are able to see all the boards this way, so that's why. How can I learn different openings if I don't know what my opponent will play in tournaments? So it depends. You have to try to build an opening repertoire. So for example, the white pieces, how do you start? Do you play e4 or d4 and try to study all the lines after those moves? The black pieces, what do you do against e4? What do you do against d4? What do you do against knight f3 or c4? Try to build your repertoire based on those moves. Difficult for players that have not played so much or just starting out. But try to start somewhere. Try to watch some YouTube videos on some openings, or try to get some courses, as a lot of courses I've seen on the internet are really good and they really help you a lot to understand material better. But I think at your level, watching YouTube videos is more than enough. What matters most is that you understand the ideas after the opening, or even within the opening. So when I first started playing, we were just taught to develop pieces. So it was just every single time Italian game, very standard, playing e4, e5, and knight f3, knight c6, bishop c4, bishop c5, very standard Italian game. Quickly after that, I personally switched to the dragon with the black pieces, as very attacking, and it was recommended by, back then, my coach when I was like 8 years old. I got checkmated a lot of times, so I quickly switched to different openings. I visited the Kalashnikov, Sveshnikov. I then decided to switch to the French, and I have been with the French pretty much ever since. And with white, I've always stayed with e4, as I really enjoyed playing open positions. I've tried d4 like a handful of times, so it's not unknown territory for me, but yeah, that is what I started off with. Oh, Graham, that's super kind. That's super kind. Why one board is empty? Because Hans has already drawn against Nikita Vityugov. As we have been told by Mateusz Bartel, he shared that Hans seems to be sick, so that's probably why the players went for sort of quick draw. They did make the 30 moves, so it was a really a lot of moves played in a short time, and they played the Berlin. So they really traded all the pieces of the board. We only had pawns left on the board, and they decided to go for the draw as soon as it was move 30. So that's why one board has finished, and that's it. Isn't it considered a range? I would not jump to that conclusion, because Hans has essentially been playing the Berlin the entire tournament, right? And as he's not opting for this like a super exciting line, he's not really challenging white, and white is also not really doing much to make it interesting. The pieces are being traded off, and it's a sort of unwritten, not a rule, but it's like you're offering a draw without offering a draw by playing this line. So the players may not have discussed this at all, but you just feel that, you just notice based on the moves played in the game that the players are not really trying to make it interesting, and grandmasters can sense that the opponent is not really fighting for a win here. So that's why. I don't think it's prearranged at all. Not at all. It's grandmaster language, the way that they played for let's go for the draws. Grandmasters just speak a different language than we do. Thank you so much, Master Chess Dojo, for the raid for 7 people. Thank you so much. Hope this stream was amazing, Master Chess Dojo. Welcome, everyone. We are covering the London Chess Classic, as well as answering questions from the chat. But we're covering the London Chess Classic, and today is round 8. And round 8 means that the tournament is almost over, but things are super exciting. This game we're looking at right now between Gukesh and Amin Tabatabai is of very big importance, because this one of the two players may be competing, well, they are both competing for first place, but the winner of this game may have a big chance to win the tournament. It's not 100% clear yet, as they are both half a point behind the leader of the tournament right now, but as they are tied on the second place, this game is of big importance. And as we can see, Gukesh seems to be in his preparation, as Amin is all the way down to 1 hour and 8 minutes. And we do actually see that Amin plays the move bishop e6, allowing bishop takes and pawn takes, weakening the pawn on e6, weakening the square g6. And at the same time, this weak pawn on d4 remains, right? So now black is going to focus on controlling that square on d5, but At the same time, this pawn on e6 is a big weakness, so you have to be really careful here with black. But of course, bishop c3 currently is a huge threat. What is white going to do with this? Gukash is spending some time. We see Gukash all the way to the right on the camera, and he seems to be out of his preparation now. Oh, you're playing in Reykjavik. I'll try to call you John. I always just read the username on Twitch, and that's what I stick to a lot. But I'll try to remember. I'll try to remember to call you John. Maybe I'll go to Reykjavik as well. I'm not 100% sure yet, but I am considering as well. My favorite opening is the French. By playing h4. That's also a way to play chess, right? The black weaknesses feel more bad than white's. Exactly, especially because white has so much space, right? The pawns and the queens that have been pushed a lot, and it's really difficult to target those. The pawn on c7 is also a weakness, by the way, as c6 is not happening anytime soon, and white can start focusing on that pawn too. Of course, black can easily retreat with the bishop to d6, but I do like the long-term chances for white here. So the final is tomorrow. Yes, the final is tomorrow. The final games will be happening tomorrow. So tomorrow we will know who is the winner of this tournament. Woo! Badev, hello. So let's take a look at the other games. We haven't really paid much attention to the other games. So let's do that right now. I forgot that we had a queen on h7 here, so I had to process that one more time. But in this game between Andrei Volokitin and Mateusz Bartel, we saw that the window occurred here, very sharp line, leading to very forcing positions. Bishop b2 was played, bishop d7, long castle, and queen c5. So what is the idea behind queen c5? Because it's not looking super clear. I'm sensing that, okay, first of all, defending the knight, right? So this knight can really move as actually, the knight can move. I was thinking that queen takes c2 is in the air, but the queen on h7 is simply defending that. But perhaps the knight would want to go to f5, knight jump to e3, maybe queen e3 check. There's a lot of possibilities here for black. But at the same time, queen c5 was played as, so the rook was attacking the knight, right? And if the knight would have moved, then maybe knight to b5 or bishop to b5 would have been possible. So that's why it's not so simple to play a different move here. And that's why we defend that knight with our queen. Now the question is, it may seem that white can take on d5, right? Discovery attack on the knight and perhaps winning a pawn. But after knight takes c5, the idea is to play knight b3 check. You step out of the square where it's attacked a lot of times. And that way, well, you're not really helping the knight, to be fair, because after king b1, you're still under attack. So what is the move after knight takes d5? Because it's not so clear, right? Maybe you can take on c2. That could be an idea. Yeah, exactly. The queen is happening. I had to double check twice in different positions in this game that the queen was still covering the pawn on c2. But yeah, it's interesting to see that this is playable, because I don't feel like this is a good idea at all to go for it with white, but I'm failing to see how to handle this with black. So as I mentioned, knight b3, king b1, the knight is simply going to be captured. Actually, so e takes d5, but if you play c takes b3, now there's bishop f5 check. So that way you're losing the queen. So you're not capturing the knight right away. Apparently there is some e6 move. I have a really difficult time understanding what the idea is behind this move. I'm guessing that after bishop takes e6, you simply develop the bishop, you move the rook to e1, f5 is incoming, and black's position is slowly collapsing as all the pieces are in the strange places, not in the right places as f5 is incoming. The knight has to keep defending that poor rook on g8, and the position seems to be collapsing even though after knight a5, black is up a piece. So after f5 now, things seem to be going south quickly. So that may be the reason why knight takes d5 is not a move. Well, actually, it is a very interesting move. It is a very interesting move, but seeing all of this, I don't think Andre will go for such a sharp line. He's a very solid player. He doesn't take too many risks, right? So difficult to see. Hey, Knarky, thanks for 19 months. Thank you. It's awesome. Complicated position, absolutely. So I don't think we will see knight takes d5, but Andre is definitely thinking about this. He has been spending quite some time here. We are used to his time management where he is spending quite some time on his games, but let's see if he decides to play knight takes e5. It's a very complicated position. Exactly, very hard to understand, being down a piece. I don't see Andre going for something like this. He oftentimes sacrifices material when he knows that he's doing much better than his opponent. I'm not sure if he will opt for something like this. It's too sophisticated. So let's take a look. Let's take a look at the other games. Let's go to the game between Jules Moussard and Shreyas Royal. We saw this interesting idea of maneuvering the knight all the way... Oh, I can't draw arrows. All the way to b6. And here b3 was played. Still trying to play c4. And here it's actually played. So after d takes c4, you think that you may be winning a pawn. But here there is a sneaky tactic. Queen a4 check. Attacking the king and the knight as well, and there's no way for black to defend both pieces at the same time. So that's why taking the pawn on c4 is not a good idea. You are not able to take that pawn anymore, and white simply enjoys a really nice center. So that's why c6 was played instead, in reinforcing the defense on that pawn. Knight bd2, knight f6, bishop b2, bishop e7. e3 was played, short castle, and queen e2. A very common setup for white. So in this position, both the bishops are on the fianchettoed, and this bishop on g2 is not the greatest, right? Because oftentimes we want to put it on d3 in these positions, and this bishop is simply staring at this wall of pawns over here. So that makes this bishop not great at all. In the meantime, black has played h6, so after any sort of knight h4 move, the bishop can easily retreat to h7 safe and sound. And what else is there for either side? Because you don't want to play c5 just yet, as that would help white a lot to open up the squares on this diagonal. So black would want to try playing a5 here to create some space on the queen side, try to play a4 and make some trades happen on the queen side, because the more trades will happen, the more space black will get. But at the same time, I'm also failing to see how white can continue here. You often don't want to play e3 and g3. When you put the bishop on g2, what was the reason of playing e3, right? But here the queen at least went to e2, so that was possibly the idea by Jules to play e3 in order to put the queen on e2. But the question is, what is next? Maybe white can consider playing h3 to start with, to prepare g4, and then trying to put the knight on g3. That would be a nice idea to start with, so that you can create some space on the king side and potentially start an attack, as black with e5 is preparing an attack on the queen side. Thank you so much, Sim. That's so kind. Thank you. Let's continue to take a look at the game between Michael Adams and Luke McShane. Some progress has occurred here. After a5, b5 was played, the knight went to e7 and bishop a3, which was apparently not the best move. Difficult to understand why. Perhaps preparation was needed here to play queen b3 to attack that pawn on f7, but difficult to understand what the difference is. I really like bishop a3, but here bishop c5, the bishops have been traded off. The bishop took that knight off the board. Interesting decision by Luke to take the knight with his bishop. And now we're in this position. So what is actually going on? Because the pawn on c3 is a huge weakness. This may be the reason why Luke was happy to take that knight off the board, because the knight is now attacking that pawn on c3. Once again, the pawns on c3 and d3 seem to be huge weaknesses. And this bishop not doing so much anymore on the diagonal, right? So interesting position. Very unusual pawn structure with the pawns located this way on the queen side. Black's posture, on the other hand, seems to be more natural, with a pawn on e5 taking space in the center. But of course, as always in such structures, you have to defend this pawn very well. But seems not to be so problematic for black. I would be more concerned about the white pawns on c3 and d3. So interesting to see how the game will proceed here. Black has a lot more time on the clock. Well, 10 minutes, not so much, but can be a significant pressure on Michael Adams still. So let's see. Let's see what will happen in the next few moves. In the game between Gukash and Amin, there's no progress just yet, so we're waiting for a move there. And in the other game between Andrei Volokitin and Mateusz Bartel, also no updates. So we're just waiting for the players to make their next moves. But for now, the games are looking very interesting, right? Of course, we have had one game so far that ended in a quick draw after 30 moves. But due to Hans's illness, it makes perfect sense that he went for this. So yeah, hope you guys are having a good time. Hope you guys are as excited as I am for the final 2 rounds. Today is round 8, tomorrow round 9. And usually the last round starts earlier, right? But we start tomorrow at the same time simply. So no need to change anything. So awesome. Honestly, you guys are very kind. I appreciate it a lot. I appreciate the kind words a lot. So the thing is, what is often said about spectators seeing more than the players themselves. We have the privilege as a spectator to, first of all, make moves on the board and not be punished. And we don't decide to make one of the moves that we consider. And second of all, we don't have the pressure whatsoever. The players are, it's like you are in an exam atmosphere, right? And every time I was taking an exam, I was super stressed and everything, but was I not in that very situation, was I just at home and just doing homework, it would be much easier. So being in that scenario, being in that situation, you feel the pressure much more, and this may affect your performance. And also it depends a lot, right? Because first of all, we may not make may not create the same position as there is on the board. So the players have decided to do this opening, and we didn't have to worry about this whatsoever. And second of all, what I was trying to say, I was trying to say something else. What was my second point? There's just so much that goes on when you are the one playing there, right? And oh yeah, so the second thing is that some people may understand the position simply better than the players, which, even though there's a huge rating difference, right, as a spectator compared to those top level players, sometimes I simply understand certain positions better than the players themselves. It may just happen, or they simply overlooked something. And the beauty of chess is that even at this level, some of the craziest moves happen, right? Some of the craziest blunders we've seen so far, especially in that game between Jules Moussard and Michael Adams, where Jules was completely winning. And every spectator was shocked to see that the blunder happened. And almost everyone was able to see how to win that game. But you don't know what happens during a game, and any small detail may have had some consequences. And yeah, it's a big psychological matter that we're talking about here. So yeah, despite the players being better than pretty much all of us who are watching, they may make certain moves that we would be really surprised about, that we're not considering at all when spectating. But at the same time, when we look at our own games, right? We play our own games and we make some of the most ridiculous mistakes, right? And simply a lot has to do with psychology. So and also I notice when I watch some of my videos back, I watch some of my games back, and I'm like, how did I miss this? Like, for example, I was recently watching one of my videos as I wanted to upload it to YouTube, and I was looking at my game, like how I was calculating a line, and I was like, oh gosh, that is not working at all. That is just okay for my opponent. Why am I calculating this? And in the moment, I'm not realizing this. So when I'm watching, I suddenly see the position with a much clearer mind. It's really crazy. Rube, thank you so much for the sub. Thank you so much on tier 1. Really appreciate it. Thanks, Roran. Thank you so much. Thank you. So yeah, it's somehow way too common. And I also notice as a commentator, even if I have engine off, even if I have the eval bar off, I'm able to spot the moves better than when I'm the one playing. It's really funny how it works. The engine evaluation is based on the best line. Yeah, more or less. Oh, that's amazing, Rube. I appreciate it a lot. Thank you. Thanks for the support. That's so kind. Let's take a look, guys. We don't see much happening just yet. We did see the move rook to c1, protecting the pawn, of course, as it was under attack. Now, what can black continue to do here? Rube gifting a sub. Thank you so much for the gift sub as well, Rube. I appreciate it so much. Thank you. Thank you so much. Rook went to e8 now. Difficult to see how both players can proceed here. It feels like there's not a lot of moves possible here. You can make super waiting moves such as rook e1 and h6 and then rook e2 and not really have much to play for, but there must be a plan here for either side, right? It's difficult to understand. Of course, there's knight b6 to attack that pawn, but difficult to see how the players can proceed here, what the plans are. So I'm curious to see what they come up with, as they're on move 17, so they're doing well on the clock for now. But this position seems quite balanced, and I'm not expecting anything crazy just yet over here. In the meantime, Amin has made a move. Queen went to d3, knight to d7, and Amin wants to trade off those knights off the board. So, interesting decision. So queen d3, of course, stopped the move bishop to c3. I'm curious to see if Gukash will opt for the move queen to g3, as that move is focusing the attack on the king side, and queen g3 seems to be starting an attack, right? But it feels like white is missing a couple of pieces. A lot of trades have occurred already, and with knight takes e5 in the air, there's not going to be much left, and I have a big feeling that Gukash does not want to go for a draw here. Unless he has given up on fighting for the candidate's spot from this very tournament. He may be trying it in his next tournament, as he is still playing a tournament after this one. So there's still a lot of things possible. in the FIDE Grand Prix circuit, but this is looking difficult, right? Yeah, what can you do? Chess should also be streamed on some TV channel. I agree. One day we will get there, that chess will be streamed on TV. Absolutely. That is the dream. Yes, we want to try to go for this move. If bishop takes h6, now you allow the move knight takes e5. So that may not be a very good idea. It's not the end of the it's not the end of the world. But after knight takes e5, queen g3, so you're attacking this pawn. So it's a checkmate threat. So you're not able to defend this knight, right? But at least the knight can now be given up in such a way to really disturb white here with knight f3 check, pawn takes, and simply queen f6 to defend the pawn, attack the bishop, and attack the pawn d4 as well as the pawn on f3. So everything is under attack here for white. So I would definitely not want to go for this line. Black will be able to recapture the pawn, so this seems to be perfectly fine for black. If Gukash does not make candidates here, does that mean Anjiri gets candidate spot? No, so there's still a lot of tournaments happening in this month. We have the Champions Chess Tour that is also apparently counting for the Grand Prix circuit. And we have Sunway Sitges, I believe. We have this tournament that is being organized in India as well, where I believe Gukash is participating. And World Rappeln Blitz, of course. The World Rappeln Blitz is also counting for this Grand Prix circuit. So there's at least 4 tournaments from the top of my head that are still counting for the FIDE Grand Prix circuit. And there's possibly maybe even more. The tournament currently led by Michael Adams with half a point over Gukash and Amin. So yeah. I don't know yet if I'm commentating another tournament. This was pretty last minute as well, and I happened to have free time as before this tournament, I was playing in the European Team Chess Championship, so essentially I didn't have any plans after my tournament, and then all of a sudden I was asked to commentate this, and I was like, let's do it. So it's very funny how I'm the only person covering this tournament. I have yet to see someone covering this tournament live, so that is quite a surprise, but it's really awesome because yeah, I'm enjoying this a lot, and this tournament has brought us so many exciting games, so it's really awesome. Am I playing in the World One Place? I'm not so sure yet. I'm not sure. I'll make if I'm playing, I'll make an announcement of it, but if not, then not. What if her white plays knight g6? Very good question, because it feels like this knight is going to knight square, right? Knight to g6 was the problem. You're attacking the rook on f8. Very good start. But the thing is, you always have to ask yourself, what's next? Because knight g6, we put the knight on the knight square, but let's say rook f6, attacking the knight. The knight doesn't have to move, but it's hard to find the continuation, because sooner or later, queen e8 will happen, the knight will be attacked, and the knight will have to move. Hard to see how white can utilize and build on this move, as the bishop is still not developed. You can start developing the bishop to e3 easily and evolve the rooks, but difficult to see how to proceed from here. And that's why you may want to keep this option open. And yeah, it is tough to find better moves, right? I mean, queen g3, essentially you have to ask yourself, do I want to trade off the knights or not? Because you either go to knight to g6, you don't really want to go back for no reason, or you play queen g3 accepting the knight trade. So Yeah. Start of a professional chess commentary career? I don't know. I don't know. I enjoyed it a lot, but we'll see. We'll see how things go, right? My goal in chess, I want to become at least an IM. Oftentimes I don't feel taken seriously by only being a FIDE master or women international master, so IM sounds like a very prestigious title, right? So that is definitely what I'm aiming for, but it's a long road, a very long road. But I'm trying. I'm gonna try my best in 2024. Bishop takes h6. After that, let's take a look. Do you want to play bishop takes h6 here, or you mean before? Watching the players pace around the room makes me wonder if it's distracting in the room. It's very common for players to walk around in the playing hall. Especially when there's a lot of players in one playing hall, it's pretty chaotic, right? Because a lot of players are walking around. But chess players are pretty used to this, and it's common practice to walk around during your game. So chess players often don't get distracted easily. So to illustrate this, for example, in my last tournament, the European Team Chess Championship, one of the participants in the tournament suddenly he collapsed all of a sudden as he was walking around, and like you suddenly hear super loud doctor, the arbiter calling for doctor, and it was like I was super shocked, you know, like I it was a huge jump scare for me, and it was super scary what was going on. But my opponent was simply unfazed. She was not distracted by this at all, did not really you know, make sound, or like she didn't really move around. She was just hyper focused on the game, and I was like, whoa. I had a big jump scare. By the way, the person in question is I think is fine. Was just something happened, but it's very scary. And I jumped, I look around, what is happening, what is going on? My opponent barely made any movement. So chess players generally don't get distracted super easily, funnily enough. They're very used to focusing and making sure that they use the time every second they have on the game. So is bishop takes h6 a move here? Really? So what happens after g takes h6? Because I'm very puzzled. What is a continued? Oh, before rook f6. Yeah. We calculated indeed that bishop takes h6 is possible now, as after knight takes e5, queen g3. Things look very interesting, but I personally don't like this line allowing. Actually, we wanted to play knight f3 check, g takes, and then queen f6, because this pawn structure does not look great at all. Black is picking up a pawn very soon, and not a great position, I would say, for white. So that's why bishop takes h6 is possible, but I would personally not want to consider this. And knight g6 is actually on the board, guys. Knight g6 is on the board. What was the result of that match? I actually have no idea. I thought I knew who the person in question was, but apparently I was completely wrong, so I don't know. It was one of the guys in the open section. So. Let's take a look. Hans is playing Gukash tomorrow. We're trying to recall if we did see the game between Hans and Gukash, but no, they're playing tomorrow. Hey, okay, chess player, hello. All right, so knight g6 is on the board here. Let's take a look at if we have some updates on the other boards, guys. So in the game between André Volokitin and Mateusz Bertil, I'm seeing the clock. 45 minutes for André Volokitin. I believe he has been spending 30 minutes already on this move. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. And they are currently on move 14. Oh, this is getting terrifying, guys. All right, let's quickly move on as Andre is still spending some time here. Let's see how the game is going on between Jules Moussard and Shreyas Royale. So in this game, what did we miss? Where did we left off? Queen e2 was played a5 and now knight e5. Knight to b7, b to d7, back, knight to d3, and now a4. So, White did not bother trying to stop a4 whatsoever. One way to stop this pawn maneuvering in this situation could have been to play the move a3, so that after a4 you play the move b4. But I have a feeling that Jules did not like d takes c4 in any situation, as after knight takes, queen takes. Black has gained a lot of space on the queen side, and it seems rather unpleasant as bishop comes to e4, the bishop goes to d5, and a lot of difficulties for white here. So that is my assumption that that is why a3 was not played. But a3 is one of those moves that you want to play in order to avoid sort of a4 so that you can meet it with b4. But now we see that a4 is on the board, so you can still play, well, you can actually not play b4 right now because of bishop takes b4, but it's not the end of the world. But you should look out for moves such as a3. A takes b3 can get disturbing as the a file opens, so we would have to see how this game continues. Rook c1, queen to b6, and now c5. So this pawn is under attack, but the queen has to leave now, and white is shutting things down on the queen side. Makes a lot of sense, actually, because before b4 was not possible, right? So now c5, closing the bishop on e7, so the next move may be the move b4. But what do you do after queen to b5, attacking that knight on d3? Looks rather uncomfortable for white. Hansik today, presumably, so yeah. Presumably. Seems logical, isn't it? Yeah. But I guess this is why he didn't want to play for this, allowing d takes c4, right? So he wants to keep things closed, and that makes sense because black doesn't have so much space, right? The pieces are often stuck together in this pawn structure, so that's why you try to avoid trades, try to open things up, and you want to shut things down with b4 and a3 soon. But I'm wondering what happens after queen b5. I'm guessing you have to play bishop f1 to protect that knight on d3. And black seems to have quite some play here. b6 around the corner, knight can jump to e4. Interesting position. Who has the best chance on the queen side after c5? Black has more active pieces there? Absolutely. So I would say I really like black's position. So this bishop may be stuck now, right? Because of that pawn. But I can see the bishop maneuver all the way to a5 and try to get some trades in. As this bishop on b2 is not doing anything, as well as the bishop on g2. So I would think that black is trying at least to take one knight off the board, because that would be positionally better for black. So that is my assumption. I really like black's position so far, so this game may get very interesting very soon as well. Now, before we go to the break, guys, let's take a look at the game between Michael Adams and Luke McShane. Let's see. Where did we leave here? The trade happened, right? The bishop captured the knight, and we were in this situation. So not a lot has happened ever since we left here. Rook fe1 and c6. So Luke is trying to get rid of the pawns on the queen side because this pawn has pushed way too far into black's territory. So we want to try to get rid of that pawn. And after b takes c6, the question is queen takes c6 or b takes c6. If possible, I would rather play queen takes c6, but being in some sort of pins may be slightly disturbing. This knight feels vulnerable on d5. Knight e4 may be incoming. And actually, after queen takes c6, I completely missed this move, bishop b5. So unfortunately, queen takes c6 is not possible. But b takes c6 is. And even though I don't like taking back with the pawn, it does open up the b file for the rook. So that could still lead to interesting positions. Queen a3 is also an idea to attack the pawns on a4 and c3. This is probably why Michael has been spending quite some time. He's down to 51 minutes on the clock, while his opponent is ahead almost half an hour. Andre moved. Okay, let's quickly take a look at that game before we go to break. Andre has moved. What was moved? Queen to d3. Queen to d3 was played, attacking the knight, which has to retreat now to f5. So he did not decide to go for this tricky line knight takes d5. It was too much to handle, very complicated and unclear, especially when you're playing without any sort of engine assistance, right? We are looking here with engine assistance, and it's still difficult to figure out what is going on. So queen to d3 makes a lot of sense. The queen had nothing to do on h7 anymore. Knight to f5, and this is the current position. So almost half, and well, actually over half an hour time difference, which may hurt Andre in the long run, as Mateusz is really playing quickly and has quite a, I wouldn't call it comfortable position, but not a terrible position. It's still within the ranges of acceptable, but of course white is starting to get a lot of play, as this king is still in the center, the bishop can develop soon, and this king is more or less safe. So we're trying to get g4 happen, but for now he moved the pawn to h3. Rook g3 will knock on the door, and that's why I think that g3 will be played here, so that bishop can develop to g2 or maybe to h3 to support the g4 pawn push. So a lot of options here still available for white. Black is a little bit tangled with the pieces. This knight is stuck in f5, so that's why we want to play the move g4 at some point. So this is the current situation of the games, guys. The opening phase is more or less over, and we're now in a middle game phase where the players will start spending their time and make sure that they come up with the right plans, and this may take quite some time. So we're leaving the players up to decide what to do. Before we head to the break, I would like to thank Sassy Water for the raid of 82 people. Thank you so much for the raid. Hope this stream was amazing. Thanks to the raid, and welcome everyone. This is the London Chess Classic coverage. We are on round 8, and we're just heading to a break, so make sure to stick around, because after the break, the action continues on this channel on the London Chess Classic. So make sure to stick around. We will be right back with you with the coverage on this amazing tournament. See you in a bit, guys. Hello everyone and welcome back to the coverage of the London Chess Classic. Today is round 8, the tournament's almost over, so the last 2 rounds will matter a lot as it will decide who will become the winner of this amazing tournament. We're back with the coverage of round 8 and things are getting very interesting. But funnily enough, guys, we don't have a lot of updates. So we'll have to see what the players decide to do now. They have started to spend a lot of time. So let's take a look what is going on in the games. As we have seen already, one game has ended between Nikita Vitiugov and Hans Niemann, ended in a draw. So that game has finished already. So we have 4 games left. And the games are getting very interesting now. So especially as we see Andrei Volokitin now almost an hour behind on the clock, and they have not made that many moves. Round move 16, which is still, I mean, it's still acceptable, but 29 minutes already left on the clock. That means that Andrei has spent an hour on this first 16 moves. So with 24 moves ahead of us, this may start to become very worrying for the Andrei Volokitin fans. But for the Mateusz Bartel fans, this is looking good, of course. Let's take a look what just happened. So after queen d3, knight went to f5, right? So the knight is safe there for the time being. And here Andrei came up with the idea to play knight to b5. So simply developing the knight even further, moving it up to b5, and possibly trying to put that knight on d4, right? Where is this knight heading to? Let's take a look. We want to put it on d6, but what happens, let's say, after a logical move such as a6? After playing knight b5, we always have to ask ourselves, what if our opponent plays a6? Because that is often the response to such moves. So we have to figure out what happens after a6. Now, it seems to be the case that knight d4 is simply fine, inviting black to trade on d4. Bishop takes d4, queen takes d4, both seem to be fine. But after bishop takes d4, white is simply enjoying the pair of bishops, and black seems still to be struggling with the development. Of course, this knight can jump to f5, but what can it do from there? This bishop, the classic French bishop, still needs to find its way out. It is on d7, but it can only reach b5 and has to try to trade off that other bishop on f1, because then the situation will get better for black. But for now, white is doing more than fine. So Mateusz starts to spend some time after this move, knight b5. It can come as a surprise because this essentially invites bishop takes b5, right? So bishop takes, queen takes, bishop takes, but this comes with check. And the king has to move, let's say king f8. But now the 2 knights on e7 and f5 are not really doing much. They're not really helpful for black whatsoever. So white has to make sure to defend the pawn as the pawn is under attack. And now it is unclear how the 2 knights will be able to work together. The 2 bishops are much better. They are the superior pair of pieces here. So that's why I would be highly concerned to play this with the black pieces. So that's why you don't want to take on b5, even though it may look very appealing as black has this bishop on d7 that it wants to trade versus a knight really badly. But this sequence of moves we saw just now will lead to a better position for white. So for the time being, Mateusz is spending some time here. Let's take a look at the game between Gukash and Amin. So not much has happened actually. The players started spending lots of time here. Knight d7 and knight g6 was played, and indeed rook f6 on the board. So now it's on Gukash to decide what to do here. As we saw in this situation, bishop takes h6 is not a move that can easily be defended by black after bishop takes h6. So the thing is that after pawn takes, it looks dangerous with the king on g8, right? But it's hard to see how to proceed here, because if the queen was on e3 to capture that pawn on h6, things may have been very interesting. But now white is simply too slow to start an attack. This queen comes to e8 to attack the knight, knight comes to f8, and it's very easy for black to defend here. So after rook f6, White has to find some other moves, perhaps developing the bishop simply, and then involve the rooks in the game one way or the other. So the players are spending quite some time here, and this is the moment that they start spending their time. It is out of the opening, out of the preparation now, and they will take their time to figure out what is next. Let's take a look at the game between Jules Moussard and Shreyas Royal. So Shreyas did decide to put the queen on the diagonal, but by playing queen to a6. So not queen to b5, instead queen to a6. The difference being that with the queen on the a file, a takes b3 is not so appealing anymore. But at the same time, you can play b6 and try to run away from any danger if necessary. Here, bishop f1, defending the knight on d3, of course. And now, what is next for Shreyas? Shreyas was ahead on the clock. He has been spending quite some time now. So we'll have to see what he decides to come up with. But so far, really balanced position. Anything can still happen. I do give the slight favor to Black here because Black seems to have done a good job in the opening stage of the game. All the pieces are out, and White has those poor pair of bishops over here. The bishop on b2 is simply not doing anything. It functions as a defensive piece, and the knights on d3 and d2 are also not doing so much. So for that reason, White is not doing much better. Thanks, chess pigeons. Is there h4, h5 just to cement the knight there? Oh, you mean in the game of Gukesh? We can quickly go back as there's not much to say more about this game. It is possible to play h4, h5, but it's also hard to see how you continue after that, right? So Gukesh may be considering to play h4, h5, but after a simple move such as knight f8, you'll have to consider trading or moving the knight away at least. As let's make a few random moves. All right, let's just make a few random moves to illustrate what I'm talking about. Actually, knight f8 here. Let's say knight f8 here. So you would have to decide to take on f8 or move the knight back to e5, as you do not want to allow knight takes g6. The pawn will have to recapture, and this pawn becomes a huge weakness, and Black may be able to win that one very soon. So that's why I think the move h4, h5 is not really helpful for White as much, even though it is a typical move, typical idea to go for here. But the knight is simply not doing much on g6 once again, and it's easy for Black to try to trade off the knight. So that's why I don't think this is going to happen. As soon as you start moving this pawn up, it becomes a huge weakness as well. As soon as the pawn enters on h5, rook f5 also comes to mind to attack that pawn. So a lot of difficulties that White has to be dealing with then. Katerina, thank you so much for the raid, a part of 33 people. Thank you so much. Hope the stream was amazing, Katerina. Thanks so much for the raid. Welcome, everyone. We are covering the London Chess Classic, and today is round 8. It's super exciting as there's 3 players, maybe even 4 players fighting for the first place, and this round is going to decide things a lot here. So we have Michael Adams leading with 5 points. We have him on, wait, is it? Yeah, he has 5 points. I was thinking maybe he has more points even, but he has 5 points out of 7 currently leading. And right behind him, he has is followed by Gukesh and Amin with 4.5 points. And on 4th place, we have Mateusz Bartel with 4 points. Has been having a mixed tournament so far. Pretty good results, but also tough losses. So he is also in contention for first place still. Anything can still happen, but for now, this is the game where all the eyes are on. The game between Gukesh and Amin Tabatabai, as this game will matter a lot. Both players on 4.5 out of 7. So the winner of this game will be in contention for first place. But if this game ends in a draw, it will look very difficult in the last round for both players to pass the leader, Michael Adams, who has a very solid game today. Let's quickly jump into that game as things are traded off over here. I have a feeling that Michael is more than happy to go for a draw in this game. So let's take a look what happened in the last few moves. So the pawn was captured on c6 indeed. Knight to e4, knight takes e4, queen takes e4. And now g6. Bishop takes d5, c takes d5, and queen to f3. A lot of trades happen. And it makes sense because all of those minor pieces in the center of the board, it felt like they were there for decoration, especially the white pieces. So it makes sense that white traded off everything in the center and is continuing this way. Black does have a slightly better position simply because the pawns are weaker of white. So I can see black fighting for an advantage here with the weakness on a4, with the weaknesses on c3 and d3. I can see rook lifts happen, going to b3, or rook to c8 and queen a3. These two ideas come to mind here, and I can see why black could be fighting here for a win. But we do have to be realistic here. It is not very easy to make it difficult for your opponent. It is pretty easy for white to solidify things. Because at the same time, the pawn on e5 also has become a target. Queen f6 comes to mind, so not very easy position here for black to try to go for a win here. But black seems to be on the safer side here, so I don't see an issue for black here at all. Vampire Chicken also coming in with a raid with a party of 41 people. Thanks so much for the raid. Welcome everyone. Once again, this is the London Chess Classic coverage. This is round 8 and things are heating up here as we are now past the opening stage. The players are spending their time in the middle game and things are getting very interesting. So welcome everyone. You are tuning in at the right time, just before the phase where we will see time scrambles. Woo! So many raids. Yeah, welcome everyone. Let me, by the way, also say hi to YouTube. I've missed YouTube also. We've also missed YouTube a little bit. So, hello guys. Hello. As the tournament is ending soon, guys, which tournament are you most excited to follow after this one? I think the World Capital Blitz is always giving us some dramatic results every single time. So that is the one I'm super excited to follow. I just get really excited that people raid me because it's just such a big honor that people decide to raid your channel. Like, out of all the channels that are on Twitch, even if it's just the chess category, there's so many streamers, right? So to be chosen to be rated is, I feel like, a big honor, no matter what size you are. It's a big honor to be chosen. It's like someone chose you. It's cool, right? So I appreciate it a lot, and it means a lot to me. The Champions Chester starts in like an hour. True. That's also a very exciting event. I'm unfortunately not a Grandmaster. I'm a Women International Master and FIDE Master, but I am on my way to get that Grandmaster title. Well, maybe not the Open Grandmaster one, but maybe first step would be Woman Grandmaster. So let's start with that first. Yeah, I saw some tweets from Anish as well. He actually tweeted out, guys, let me quickly go back to the game between Gukash and Amin. Anish has played a very similar sort of structure against Amin, and Anish won that game. So what was very characteristic of his game was his weak pawn on e6. So turns out that Amin was not able to handle that very well, and Anish managed to win that game. So of course, now that Gukash has this sort of similar structure against Amin, of course Anish is slightly concerned about this, but I think he's mostly teasing us with the concerns, as he's of course looking at Gukash's performance, because depending on Gukash's performance, things will be decided in the FIDE Grand Prix circuit. So things are getting really exciting, and indeed Dominguez has officially confirmed his participation for the Sunway Sitges, so he will be playing there to try to get his candidate spot as well. But It is a difficult tournament to play, as I believe he is one of the higher rated players, and it's really easy in such tournaments to lose rating. One draw can actually ruin everything for him there already, so let's see how he will do in that tournament. Kukash winning it from Anish's prep would be so ironic. That will indeed be very ironic. Anyways, bishop e3 on the board indeed, so simply developing the bishop and possibly creating some space for the rook to develop to c1, attacking that pawn on c7. So let's see what black decides to do here. Because it's not so easy to make a move right here with black. It feels like every single move weakens the position more. Queen e8 steps out of the d file, so after queen e8, I really like the move knight e5, simply retreating to e5. Oh, let me put that on the board once again. Putting the knight back on e5, and now after knight takes pawn takes, this rook is having an unpleasant time on the f file. Rook f5, f4. I would not want to be this rook. It reminds me of the French defense with this pawn on e6, and this rook is always stuck on the f file, so you prefer to maneuver it around, put it back on f7, but yeah, that's why one move that comes to mind, queen e8, does not feel right at all. But what else is there, right? Because we don't really have many moves. We only have retreating moves. We don't really have moves to go forward with. So, tough situation for Amin. King f7 is another move that comes to mind, because then knight e5 is not a move whatsoever. This knight will be captured and the pawn is pinned, so that will be free knight. But here, knight f4 can simply be played and this king is misplaced. Knight will soon jump to h5. Once again, rook not having a good time on the h file. So difficult to make meaningful moves here with black. If Mickey Adams wins today, most likely he will be the winner of the tournament. Absolutely. But we do have to note that he is currently the one that has to fight for a draw. So I'm not expecting a lot to happen in the game between Michael Adams and Luke McShane. In fact, it may end in a draw at some point. But for now, Luke McShane is the one pressing and making it very interesting for all of us. Let's take a look. So in the game between Jules Moussard and Shiraz Royale, we see the move b5 has been made. So after bishop f1, b5, asking the opponent the question, are you going to take en passant, yes or no? And the answer is no. So that means from now on, white is not able to capture en passant here anymore. This pawn structure is fixed. This pawn not going anywhere anymore. And really interesting to see that Jules prefers to keep the position close, as he's probably aiming to play e4 and instead open the position up in the center. So he wants to shut down the queen side to make sure that there's no play happening on the queen side. As after c takes b6, this would allow queen takes b6, and not a pleasant position for white to play here, as a lot of pressure on that pawn on b3, a3 is incoming, and that bishop looks rather sad. So that is the reason why f3 was played instead, preparing the move e4. And now the question is, how does black proceed here? Because e4 is incoming, and you need to respond well to that. Why Magnus and Hikaru are not playing here? I'm guessing because it's clashing with their schedules. They're currently in Toronto, Canada, to play in the Champions Chess Tour. And also, this tournament was pretty last minute organized, I believe. So, yeah, I think that's the reason why. It was difficult to get Magnus and Hikaru to play, right? Gukesh is looking okay today. The games, all of the games so far are really even. There's not a single player that stands out today. So I would not be surprised if we see 5 draws today, guys. In all seriousness, I really think that we may see 5 draws today. We got spoiled the other day with a lot of decisive results, but today is one of those days that we may see a lot of draws. So just to tune back in to the game between Gukash and Amin. This is the current position. Gukash is controlling the position as of now, but not a lot is possible here for either side. Especially for Black, I'm failing to see what Black can possibly try to do here. Perhaps you need to start considering maneuvering the knight back to d5, but then again, this knight will jump back to e5 and control that square. Hard to see how to proceed here for either side. Maybe they wanted Michael Adams to qualify for candidates. I don't think it is possible for Michael Adams to qualify for the candidates, but that will be awesome, of course, to see him play there. So this game is becoming very interesting. I'm really curious to see what Amin decides to do here. Tough position for him. I would not be want to playing this with the black pieces. Knight to c5, perfectly possible. It looks very tricky, right? Because the pawn is pinned, so you can't take that. But I would say you can simply move the queen anywhere. Let's say queen to c2 because you need to keep defending that knight on g6, right? And now the knight has to retreat again, so you didn't really achieve much. The knight has to go back, and the queen is now maybe on a better square as he's already attacking that pawn on c7. So now rook c1 and queen takes c7 may happen as soon as this knight is back to a safe square. So this would be wasting time, but a good suggestion at least. Of course, if you have any questions, feel free to ask. I'm here to answer them, and we're all here to learn from the games, because analyzing Grandmaster games is not a bad idea at all to improve your chess understanding and to learn what happens after this move that I would probably play in my game. But if I try it now out on the board, the computer tells me, oh no, this is not a good move, or oh no, this is probably why this is not a good idea. So this way we learn from the Grandmasters as well, and hopefully we can apply the knowledge in our games. Yeah, so we did have earlier a question about h4, h5, and it does look logical, right? To push the h-pawn and support that knight on g6. But what black will be able to do is to play knight to f8, and we'll be asking a question to that knight. Are you going to stay there? Because I'm just going to capture here. And if not, are you going to move back? And you want to support that knight, but as soon as the knight is off the board, that pawn becomes a huge weakness on h5. So you need to be careful with those pawn pushes, and especially in this position, as black will be able to counter it very easily with knight f8, the queen coming to d5. It looks pretty unclear if we should stick to that plan. We should probably aim for something else. What about bishop d6? Makes sense. But the question will be once again, what's next? Because it's really difficult to see what to do next. And I'm thinking that queen e4 and knight a5 may ruin things quite a bit for black here. So this bishop probably has to stay on b4. Not that it's doing much there, right? But on d6, it is simply unable to do much more. As all the pieces are simply out of the attack. There's no queen h4 to support the attack. So bishop d6 will not help so much with after queen e4, while it's completely fine. So, okay. Good luck with your tournament. Good to see no violence on the board after a long time. Yeah, the games are pretty even today. Rook c8 on the board after long thought. So seems to be the case that Amin is trying to play c6, but curious to see what he plays after this. It's a strange looking move, but none of the other moves are really helpful anyway. So let's see what he comes up with after rook c8. Will he play c5? Maybe c6? Let's see. Why not knight b6, knight d5? I'm guessing that Amin doesn't want to go for this. I did think that this is one of the options, of course, to improve the knight. But then you allow the knight to jump to e5, and as none of the pieces are controlling the square e5 anymore of black, this should be completely fine for white. So that is my guess. you don't want to allow the knight back to e5, I guess. So, yeah. It's not a big difference. It's simply what you prefer. Do you prefer to put your knight on d5 and allow knight e5, or do you prefer to have the knight on g6 to not allow knight e5 to happen? So, I'm becoming a cousin from Adam's family. Oh no. Thanks so much, Robert. I appreciate it a lot. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, good point. Let's take a look at the game between Andrei Volikitin and Mateusz Bartel. Whoa! Wait, what? What happened here? Rook c8, queen b3, knight c6, and g3. Ooh, so the computer is not happy with this move at all. We were looking at this move, but not in this position, because now this knight is still on b5. And it's running into some issues, guys, because after a6, the knight has to retreat, and black is marching the pawns down the board. So this seems to be too slow now. Instead, white had to be very active here and understand that a6 isn't coming, so we need to try to activate our pieces more and try to trade things, as the attack of black is very dangerous. So apparently one of the moves that should have been considered is queen c3, but it makes very little sense to put the queen on the file of the rook, because after queen b6, what do you do next? Not so easy to understand this, as the queen feels misplaced here and black can easily avoid any sort of queen trade, right? So the queen would have to move again, and difficult to see how to put the knight back to a safe square, as knight d4 is not a move anymore. After queen to d3, the knight can drop back to c3, but wasting so much time, and this goes to show how practically good black's position is, because it's really easy for black to start attacking on the queen side, and white's attack is super slow. So g3 on the board now. 22 minutes, by the way, for Andrei Volikitin. This is not looking good for him. g3 is too slow in this situation, and that is why knight to b5 may not have been a practical good decision. I really like the move knight c6 from Mateusz, preventing white from going back to d4 with the knight. So now, will Mateusz find the move a6? It must be on his mind, but maybe he's looking for more, as knight to a5 also seems very interesting, right? Attacking the queen and restricting a lot of options here for white, because the white queen has to keep protecting the pawn on c2. After knight a5, the queen can still go to c3, but if queen a4, a6, and you lose a piece already, right? And you can't go very far, as queen f3 will drop checkmate on c2. But you do have the move queen c3, so he may be considering if it is worth it to play knight a5, and after queen c3, what happens after queen b6. But then you can simply move the queen forward to b4, as the knight has already gone to a5, and then you'll be able to support knight to d6. So let's see what Mateusz decides to do. Dijon, thank you so much for the 26 months. Thank you so much. Good to see you, Dijon. Yeah, now the Anna-Maja Christmas emote is indeed coming in handy, as it is the Christmas season. So that is really funny. Yeah, I'm guessing that instead of moving the queen to b3, knight d4 was important to try to play here, indeed. I guess he wanted to keep the tension, but knight c6 punished matters pretty easily. So yeah, and then with queen c3, it feels simply ridiculous to play. That feels very inhuman and very unnatural to play. So it makes a lot of sense that Andrei went for this line, but perhaps playing knight d4 would have been a practical decision to play. And here we see Malcolm Payne on the camera, walking around in the playing hall, spectating games. You know that if Malcolm is walking around, there are some spicy games happening. So let's take a quick look. Do we see any updates in the other games? Not so much. So in the game between Michael Adams and Luke McShane, this is the current situation. We saw lots of trades happen. And after queen f3, rook c8, and now Michael Adams spending his time here. And he is running low on the clock with 30 minutes, but the players have played 23 moves, so 17 moves left until the 14th move. So I don't think we will see any time scrambles in this game, but it seems to be the case that Luke is trying to keep things interesting, preparing the move queen a3 to attack both pawns. However, the pawn on d5 is hanging as of now, so queen a3 cannot be played for this reason. Unless he wants to go for a draw. So let's say queen a3 will be played, queen takes, rook takes. We may see lots of trades there as well. Let's see. Do I ever stop giggling? Not if you asked me to stop. That is a bad attempt to make me stop giggling. Amin is back to the board now. It's still Gukash's move. That's okay, Goldie Roger. That is perfectly fine. You can, if you want to support the channel, guys, on YouTube, make sure to hit the like button on YouTube. That supports the channel a lot and helps us a lot in their YouTube algorithm. So, that is perfectly fine. And we really appreciate it. It's too serious without giggling, yeah. Yeah, I cannot put a straight face on stream for 5 minutes. That is a big challenge. That's a big challenge. Let's take a look. So in the game between Jules Moussard and Strez Royal, this has happened, guys. A takes b3, A takes b3, and queen to b7. So the A file has been opened officially. So things have not been shut down there. And now e4. The bishop has to retreat. Of course, you don't want to take on e4 because it's not the end of the world, but giving your opponent so much space in the center, losing the pawn on d5 essentially for that pawn on f3, it seems logical to me why the trade has not occurred on e4. I would not want to do that as well. Bishop went back to h7, e5 was played, knight to e8, and now we see a trade happening on the a file, and all of a sudden, it is white who is leading this game, as it is difficult to see how black can keep control of the a file. All of a sudden, queen has to go to b7 and b4. The knight will march to a5, attacking that queen and that pawn on c6. So I'm expecting b4 to happen, and after this knight will jump to a5, and white will be in charge of the position as black is running out of ideas here. This bishop on h7 seems to be a very strong piece, right? But what is it actually able to do here? We're just looking at that knight on d3, and we don't want to trade it off, of course, but maybe in the endgame this bishop could become useful. But with all the pawns jumping or going to the dark squares, this bishop is not looking good to attack the pawns anymore. Kuka should offer 15,000 pounds to Adams to lose and then get 240,000 from Indian government. Oh no, we do not allow such practices to happen. Oh. Alright, let's take a look. Do we have some updates in the other games? Not quite yet. Not quite yet. So things are changing in the games, right? Things are changing, but time is being spent properly as things are getting more and more interesting. No paid actors in London. Okay, we're waiting for the moves to be made, but we see that most of the players are behind the boards. The Christmas tree is up, but not flashy anymore. Sad, but a really adorable Christmas tree. There is a screen on, there's a screen with the games to be seen there, so the players can have a glance at the games in one overview really quickly, especially for the players' knights who are sitting right next to that screen. But you often see in tournaments that they show a screen with the games without any sort of engine. This is simply the DGT, the PGNs from the DGT boards directly shown instead of moving it somewhere and then showing it with any sort of engine assistance. So it is only showing the board, the last few moves, and the clocks, of course, and the names of the players. So that is all there to be seen. But yeah, Shreya Zoriel not appearing on the board just yet, but I believe it is his opponent's turn, right? Let me take a quick look. Oh no, b4 is actually on the board, so now Jules is waiting for Shreya to make a move. b4 is on the board. Indeed, putting the knight on a5, really like that maneuver, because that c6 pawn is a huge weakness. The question is, however, how will we be able to attack that pawn more? Not so easy to see. It's hard to see how other pieces can help the attack, but what I can see happen, guys, is a sacrifice on c6, right? So white could be trying to take 2 pawns on the queen side, sacrifice a piece for it, and start marching those pawns down the board. Those pawns can get really scary over here, so this may actually happen in this game in the long run. So let's see how Shreya tries to defend this. Trying to see if we have any updates in the game between Gukesh and Amin. We see that a move has been made. Queen went to e4, indeed, attacking the pawn on b7, and now c6. So this was indeed the idea of Amin to play the move c6 safely, so that after pawn takes, he may be planning to take with the rook here, as the pawn feels safer on b7, trying to get to b5 someday. And this rook on c6 feels more active, but it does enable white to play rook c1, force a trade, and then the pawn on b7 remains a weakness. So not easy to decide where you want this pawn to be, on b7 or on c6. Not so clear. Not super clear. The games are very slow paced today, guys. Ooh, wait a second. Shreya's coming in with the move g5 out of the blue. Wow, so he is shifting the attention to the king side. So he realizes that he has no business doing anything on the queen side. So it's time to shift the attention to the king side. So he tries to start an attack here with the pawns, involving the knight, going to g7, to f5, perhaps to h5 can be considered as well, but I really like with the knight maneuver to f5. If you play g4, I would rather not touch that pawn whatsoever, because if you play g4, you invite the move h5, maybe even f5, looks rather unpleasant and weakens a lot of squares around that pawn. So not ideal, I would say, and I would even go as far as suggesting to take the knight off the board so that you can try to get a piece on f4. So I would not want to play g4. That feels like it's weakening too much for very little support. Doesn't feel right. It causes long-term weaknesses, so not sure if I would want to play g4. f5 seems to be very interesting, as you want to open up that f file, and things may start to go down there on the f file. I really like the practicality of the move g5. Yeah, f4 seems to be a more logical approach, right? To attack that pawn on g5, open up the queen towards the king side. So I like f4 much more, yeah. f4, and that way you also stop any sort of f5 moves, as that would not make much sense anymore. Black's queen is in Iceland. On an island, you mean, an abandoned island. Yeah. But I like f4 much more. We are not afraid of the move bishop takes d3 here, because after pawn takes and pawn takes, the g file is super weak, and I would say that the black king is more in trouble as the queen of white is much more active than this queen, as we just mentioned. It will be easy for white to launch an attack on the king side now, so I would prefer to take the white pieces here. So f4 makes a lot more sense indeed. Bishop h3 can also be considered, of course, as the bishop has nothing to do on f1 anymore. So, yeah. Hans's game has already finished, guys. Hans has made a draw, quite a quick draw. After move 30, the game was decided to be a draw after having traded all of the pieces. Only pawns were left on the board. It was a super symmetrical pawn structure, so that's why it made sense for the players to agree to a draw after move 30. So that game has finished, but tomorrow we will see Hans back in action, who will be playing against none other than Kukash. So that game is going to be super exciting. Let's take a look at the other games. Do we see any updates? We see an update here. Whoa, wait a second. Rook b1. Very interesting move played by Michael Adams. So he's giving up on the pawn on c3. With the idea that, okay, first of all, you will be able to capture the pawn on d5. But you also have to keep in mind that the rook can enter on the 7th rank with rook b7. So suddenly that would make things very complicated for black, which is why queen c6 was played. Making sure that rook b7 is not happening, as well, rook b5 is still possible, but that may lead to quite a few trades, guys. Do we think that this game will end in a draw, or do you guys think that Luke McShane may want to try to fight for an advantage here? But with rook b5 incoming, I really like the rook activity on the 5th rank, attacking all of those pawns here. You think he will fight? We'd love to see that. Especially given the time difference, Michael down to 21 minutes, anything can happen. Of course, it's only 16 moves left until the 14th move, so it's not that many moves left until the 14th move to get 30 minutes extra on the clock, but as the clock is ticking down, position gets more tense, there's more pressure. So let's see how Michael deals with the pressure. Let's take a look here. Hey Raphael, welcome. Hello. Rook b5 indeed on the board, and how does Luke handle this? Because the pawn on d5 is under attack, as well as the pawn on a5. He will probably capture the pawn on c3. Now, it will mean that he's wasted a move there. But perhaps he can make use... Oh! Queen takes c3, of course, hangs the rook. It attacks the rook, I mean. So that could be a nice move, as white basically had to play rook b5. And by waiting with the move queen c6, he's now going to take on c3 by tempo. Very clever by Luke McShane. Hi Larbad, welcome. Hello. Let's take a look. Oh, we see some moves being made here in the game between Shreya Zaral and Jules Moussa. So here g5 was played, and Jules is saying, whatever you want to do on the king side, go ahead. I am moving to the queen side. He plays knight to b3, eyeing on the move rook knight a5, I mean. And after knight g7, it is now Jules' turn. What will he decide to do here? Knight a5 indeed. But I'm curious, what is he going to do next? Is he going for the sacrifice on c6? He would have to move the knight first, let's say to f2. And then knight takes c6. Let's make some moves on the board. Knight f2. Let's say a random move will be played. Bishop g6. How would this look like, guys? Knight takes c6. Queen takes and queen takes b5. After queen takes, bishop takes. The knight is under attack. And the pawns are extremely dangerous. The rook is coming in on a7. And the extra piece for black is simply not enough. Not helping at all. So you may actually see this on the board, guys. Queen is on c7 now. And I'm expecting knight takes c6 to happen very soon. Hi, Nick Bentlin. Welcome. Hello. Let's go for the sack. Let's go. We want to see that sacrifice. Absolutely. Absolutely. How is Adams doing? The position is very even right now. So queen takes c3 is on the board, rook to b1. So Michael Adams is going for the activity, but white will be a pawn down. So let's see if Luke is trying to fight until the very end. Not looking easy though, because if he plays e4, takes, and actually you can already take on f3 if you want to. That would make things very interesting maybe. But rook takes a5. Yeah, not a lot of pawns left on the board, huh? Not a lot of pieces left, so it is very likely that we will see a lot of trades happen very soon, guys. Because how do you defend the pawn on d5, right? If you play d4, you weaken the light squares a lot. Really easy for whites to defend here. The pawn on e5 remains a weakness. The pawn on a5 is also under attack now. Queen may come to d5 at some point. Not so clear, I should say. But d4 will make things interesting still, I think. 2 rooks at the 7th rank. Ugh. Giving me the shivers. We see some updates in the game between Gukash and Amin Tabatabai. So let's take a look. Here we saw c6 being played. Knight went back to f4. So Gukash had enough of that knight sitting on g6, so the knight went back to f4. Here queen went to e8, so which was apparently not the best move. Apparently black had to take that pawn on b5 for some strange reasoning. I guess it makes sense in a way, because after a takes b5, queen b6, you're attacking this pawn on b5, but you have to keep an eye on that move d5. So unclear position with queen takes b5, d takes e6. I guess this pawn is a concern of black, so we would not want to go down this line. So queen e8, simply defending that pawn on e6. And now the pawns have been traded on c6 and knight to d3. So a lot of maneuvering happening in this game. Knight went back to d3, attacking that bishop. So now the question is, what does Amin have to do here? As the pawns on c6 and e6 are extremely weak, as well as the pawn on a5, especially now that the knight is attacking that bishop on b4. So perhaps c5 would help matters a lot here for black, as his pawn is super weak on c6, and after the move c5, you will be able to remove one of your weaknesses in the position. So c5 would be a good move to consider. We have some updates in the other games. Not quite yet. How is the clock situation of Under Volkatin? Okay, it's Mateusz Bartel who is spending a lot of time here, actually. We do not have any new moves in this game either. So Mateusz, I think, has been spending over 20 minutes already. So I'm really curious to see what he will decide to do here, as he has spent so much time already. Leveling the clock. Not just yet, but getting close to that. So looking at the other games, we don't have any updates just yet. The players are taking it very easy today. They're really taking it easy, not rushing things. So let's see how the game is proceed. The games are pretty even today, right? Very positional, less tactical. We do see some tactical opportunities in the game between Jules Moussard and Shreyas Royal. Indeed, Knight f2 is on the board, guys! My prediction is going to happen. I am very sure of it now. Knight takes c6 is waiting to be played around the corner. I am so excited. This was my suggestion, to play Knight f2. I didn't even think of any other moves. I just thought the Knight f2 is such a natural move to open up the queen's path to b5, but I'm so excited. I'm waiting here to see Knight takes c6. Unless Shreyas Royal defends it, because that is also possible. By Knight b8 or Rook b8, I'm guessing, to defend the pawn at b5. But by playing such moves, black is essentially giving up on the king side, and also knight g4 will be played, attacking a pawn on h6. Very unpleasant position for Shreyas. I am 99% certain that if knight takes c6 is possible, Jules will play it. That's how certain I am. That's how certain I am. However, we do have an opponent that can ruin things for Jules, so I am very certain Shreyas realizes the threatened position and he will try to adjust accordingly. So how will he try to do that? Because after rook b8, you do invite the move knight to g4. Oh, let me go back and do those moves. Knight to g4, and this pawn is a huge weakness. With the knight coming in on h6, looking very difficult. Black does have to move knight f5, so that will help a lot. But very passive position for black. I really like the amount of space that white has here. And with the time situation, white will have enough time to figure out what the best way to continue is here. Absolutely. I mean, Shreyas has had a really good tournament so far, fighting so hard against the stronger players. He had the best results against the top 3 of the tournament. Top 3 by rating. So he beat number 3, I believe, of the tournament, Amin Tabatabai, who is almost, he's hovering around 2,700. He drew Gukash, 2,700 plus rated. He drew Nikita Vitiugov, 2,700 plus rated. So very good results in this tournament by Shreyas as well. But in order to have a Grandmaster norm in this tournament, he needs to have 1.5 points out of 2 games. And that is very difficult in this field. But indeed, he does have a low experience. And here we see h5 on the board. Jules, we're waiting for it to happen. All right? We're waiting for it to happen. Just show us how it's done. Knight takes c6. I'm waiting for it. Remember I said 99% chance? I'm excited to see it. Jules appears to the board. How long will it take for him to play knight takes c6? I will be very disappointed if we don't see knight takes c6 happen. It is happening 99%. Okay, a GM in the chat is agreeing with me. That makes me even happier. You think Shreyas considered the knight sack? Most likely. I'm actually quite surprised to see the move h5. I'm guessing that he was too concerned about the move knight to g4. So maybe he's hopeful to defend the queen side well with the extra piece, but I would be very concerned here. Hey Pratik, welcome, hello. So very concerned here. I'm not nervous at all, but thanks for the concern. There's a difference between being nervous and being excited. What would we do without excitement, guys? You think that Royal defends this? All right, let's take a look. This is a pause champ moment, 100%. Yeah, he does have this posture of like, yeah, I'm going to accept the consequences. This is not looking good. Because let's be real, his position is super passive. He's trying to activate things on the king side, and he needs to try to come with counterplay, right? But it's simply too slow. Oh no, is Bartel throwing his position? Oh, he's just spending a lot of time. Oh, wait, he didn't play a6! Wait! Oh no, knight a5 on the board! Wait, we were analyzing! Oh no! Oh no, we were looking at this move, but this is action on the board. Wait, tables have turned. Mateusz Bertel, who was in a better position and spent almost 30 minutes on his move, knight to a5. He had to play the move a6 to push that knight back and to start attacking on the queen side. But knight a5 played, queen c3, queen b6. And as we mentioned, this allows white to come to b4 with the queen, and the knight will be really safe on b5 here, as after a6, knight to d6 loses the queen. This is a check, and the queen will be able to capture the queen on the next move. So queen on b4 now played, and I'm really curious what Mateusz thought about here, because white seems to have a really good position now, aiming to play knight d6 at the right time. I'm just looking at the camera real quick to see the faces of the players. Amin just took the seat, but in this game, guys, between Andrei Volokitin and Mateusz Bertel, it is looking very good for Andrei, who made a slight mistake, but Mateusz was simply not able to make use of it. So let's move on to the next game, as the players will start spending lots of time there. In the game between Gukash and Amin, we see some progress, as knight e3 was indeed met by c5. And rook b1 was played, as Gukash has no interest in taking that pawn on c5. First, he wants to put more pressure on that bishop, but with 2 pawns defending that bishop, this bishop is doing more than fine. Will Amin be able to untangle himself with the weaknesses in the position? He seems to be doing well in this game so far. What? I'm disappointed. Joel, what is this move? I'm disappointed. We were so looking forward to knight takes c6. Where is my 99% now? I am so disappointed. Where is this heading to? I'm so disappointed. We were so looking forward to seeing this line. Queen takes b5, and white is simply crushing it on the queen side with the pawns moving down the board very quickly. I'm sensing that he was not feeling too confident about this, because as soon as b5 is played, black can easily return the piece and take 2 pawns with him as well. But even then, you have another b pass pawn here. So yeah, I mean, of course, it's not the top engine move because it's a very risky move, right? But practically speaking, this is a very important move to play, as it will put so much pressure on your opponent. Rook e1 instead was played. Very safe move. Seems to be... I'm trying to figure out what the idea is behind this move, because you're not really attacking that pawn, right? I'm thinking of the f6 takes, let's say knight takes. The knight is defending that pawn, so I don't see what the use is of the rook on e1. Difficult to say. Difficult to say. Yeah, I'm slightly disappointed here. I was so ready to see knight sacrifice, but yeah, we will continue the positional fight in this game. As of course, Jules has a better position, realistically speaking, so he can even play king h1 and still be enjoying a better position, because black is simply stuck with all the pieces on the 7th rank and the rook on the 8th rank, looking very passive. Jules, knight takes c6 is still possible. I'm just saying. I'm just saying knight takes c6 is still possible. Let's take a look at the other games. Do we have any updates in the other games? Not just yet. Ooh, what is happening here? Wait. So after queen b6, queen b4, queen e3 check. This was possibly what Mateusz spent some time on after king b1, knight to c4. So he thought he's controlling the d6 square a lot and he's activating his piece a lot. It reminds me of his yesterday's game where he was going all in and it did pay off in the end, but he was in a losing position in his game yesterday against Hans. So it feels like it's a similar scenario where he's going all in, sort of. Less of sacrificing pieces, but more making risky moves. But now after knight c4, you do allow bishop takes, rook takes, and knight to d6. And the question is black happy with this position? I would not be so happy here because the king feels very vulnerable over here. Queen is coming to b8 and... yeah, not sure what to think of this. White does have a poor pawn structure on the queen side, but it's difficult for black to utilize this and play against it. So yeah, with the move f5 incoming, not so sure how black should deal with this. You're cheering for Stress right now? That's amazing. I'm checking at the other games real quick. Ooh, this game, guys, as... wait, these are exactly the moves that I thought would happen, or like analyze. e4 was played, queen takes, pawn takes, d takes e4. This is heading to a draw, guys. This is heading to a draw as well, as lots of pieces have been traded off, and this is easy drawing territory for either side. White will have a passed a pawn very soon, as the rook will capture the pawn on a5. But black has enough counterplay, can play rook a8, can put the rook to attack the pawn on a4, can put the rooks on the second rank. A lot of ways to make a draw. I guess putting the rooks on the second rank is a good start to try making a draw, as you can simply start giving checks. Possibly you can try to finish your opponent indeed. So that is why Michael Adams is spending some time here, as he does not want to play rook takes and pawn takes to allow rook c2, rook e2 to happen so easily. So, interesting. Let's see what he decides to do here. I'm checking the other games real quick to see if there's any updates. Not quite. We've seen in the game between Gukash and Amin, we see the following position. c5 was played, rook to b1 and rook to f5. Classic rook move where it is defended by the pawn on e6. Heading to d5 and trying to defend that pawn, but also potentially preparing himself to take that pawn on d4. Or is he trying to play c4 maybe even? I don't think so, because after c4, knight takes b4, you simply lose a pawn. But the pass pawn looks really promising, right? But I think it's simply not worth it. So, rook f5, keeping the tension in a position. And now it's on Gukash to decide how to complicate matters. Not easy. Not easy at all. After d takes c5, lots of trades will occur. d takes c5, knight takes c5. Knight takes, bishop takes, and let's say rook takes. A lot of trades. Still one weakness in a position, but this reminds me of the game between Luke McShane and Michael Adams, where difficult to make use of the weaknesses. It's easy for black to defend. They can simply play e5 at some point. They don't have to, but this seems pretty easy to hold for black, so difficult to see how Gukash can complicate matters further to try to win this game, as a win would be of big importance for him. In the meantime, no updates in the other games, so we're just waiting for them to, for the players to make some moves. They have been taking it very easy in this stage of the game. It's funny that the players have played lots of moves, but at the same time, not a lot of progress is happening in the past, let's say, 30 minutes. So they have been spending quite some time in this stage of the game. Makes a lot of sense, but I would really love to see some sacrifices. As in this game, knight takes c6 is just asking to be played, but if Jules does not play it the first time, he will probably not play the second time either. But it does make me wonder what the reason is behind the move knight a5, because you would say that he's focusing on that capture, right? He is holding down the queen to that pawn. So in that sense, he is doing a good job in trying to keeping the queen on c7. But at the same time, it's hard to see how to continue here to attack on the queen side. So let's see what he has in mind after having played rook e1. Is he going to play f4 maybe? Is he going to play some other moves? Let's say bishop h3. Hard to say. Haha, hey DJ Schaker. Haha. Thanks so much. Let's see. We see indeed in this game, everyone, the game between Andrei Volokitin and Mateusz Bartel. We see bishop takes, rook takes, and indeed knight takes, knight d6 and knight takes d6. Now the queen takes d6. This is the current position. White is doing much better as the king is still on e8. White has the passed h pawn, which could be a long-term advantage for white. Of course, for now, h4 drops the pawn on g3, so not a good idea to play h4 just yet. But as I said, in the long run, this is going to decide the situation in this game a lot, and not looking good here for Mateusz. Thanks, Jurassic. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Alright guys, without any updates in the current stages yet, I think it's a wonderful time to head to a break. We're going on a short break, everyone. Make sure to stick around because the action continues after the break, as we are now heading to time scrambles. And a lot of moves have been made already by the players, but a lot of complications are ahead of us. So make sure to stick around. Don't go anywhere. The action continues in the 8th round of the London Chess Classic after the game. See you after the break. Welcome back, everyone, to the coverage of the London Chess Classic. This is round 8, and things are getting more spicy. The games are getting more spicy, and things are heating up as we are approaching time scramble situations, and some of the games seem to be in a huge advantage to one side. So let's take a look what we just missed, as a lot happened in the past couple of minutes during the break. So let's take a look. We saw here the game between Andrei Volokitin and Mateusz Bartel. Andrei was slightly not doing so great anymore, as he had a great start in the opening, but Mateusz did not punish it well enough, and after a couple of moves, it is Andrei who is leading the game. Rook c6, another mistake, allowing queen b8 check. Rook c8 had to be played to not lose a rook, and queen takes b7 was followed. This way, queen e4, king a1, stepping out of the queen takes c2 threat. This way, white is up 2 pawns already, not just 1, but 2, and another pawn is dropping, and this is simply getting too much. The reason why king a1 was played was simply because after moves such as rook c1, you simply are capable of, are you capable of capturing that pawn? I would say that rook takes c2 is an interesting move, because after rook takes, there's queen takes h1. But turns out that king a2, and white is simply going to destroy black's position here. The king is extremely unsafe, and the rook is coming into c7, queen on b8, and that seems to be lights out for black. So that's why it was okay to play rook c1, but simply too passive. So king a1, simply saying that queen takes c2 is not a threat, because then rook c1 loses the rook on c8. And if rook takes c2, of course, doesn't really help much, as the king remains very vulnerable on e8. So doesn't help much, and king e7 is played for this reason. But with the king on e7, you're always vulnerable to checks from b4. The bishop can go to d4 to cover the queen, and rook e1 is now played. Attacking the queen has to move now. Can go to a4 to defend the pawn on a7. So this queen looks slightly uncomfortable on b7 that way. But with the 2 rooks developed in the middle of the board, f5 is a viable option after the queen has moved. So I really like Andrei's position today. He is down to 8 minutes on the clock with 12 moves to go. He should be fine to reach the 14th move without making disastrous decisions. In the meantime, the game between Gukash and Amin is getting very interesting. So we saw c5 was played, and here rook f5, rook to c1, Gukash was fighting. It started to fight on the c file. Knight f6 was played, queen to b7, and now c4. After c4, the bishop was captured, and queen takes b4. The pawns looked a little scary on the 4th rank, but the pawn on b4 was simply hanging. So queen captures, knight to d5. There are no tricks in this position for black. Queen e1 retreats, defending the bishop as well. And now we are in this situation. White is up a pawn. This pawn on c4 is both a strength and a weakness of black. So it is a passed pawn. Can go to c3 now. So that way it will be defended by the knight as well as the rook on c8. So this way this pawn will not be captured whatsoever by white. But at the same time, it is a weakness. It is difficult to hold on to that. As long as the knight is here, the pawn is fine. But once that knight moves, the pawn will get in trouble. So the question now, of course, is why not queen takes a4, right? Because that is a free pawn. It would be amazing for black to capture that. So it may look like black is doing better this way because they have the passed pawn and they are not down material anymore. But look at that poor pawn on e6. After queen takes a4, bishop takes h6 comes to mind, opening up the queen towards that pawn. And after you take that bishop, you lose the rooks. White will be able to capture either of the rooks, so black will go down easily here with a very weak king as well. So that's why queen takes a4 is not a move, which is really well seen by Gukesh. So now we are in this position, and let's take a look over here. I mean, he's spending some time, so we will leave him up to the decision what to do here. But this game seems to be more or less balanced. As we are checking in the game between Michael Adams and Luke McShane. Luke has tanked a lot of time in this position. So we saw that after e4, d takes e4, queen takes f3, g takes... After d takes e4, Michael did not take on e4. He decided to play rook to e1. And the reason why is because after f takes e4, you allow a lot of compensation here from black. After rook takes a5, the rooks enter the second rank and things look rather shaky for white. So you'd rather not go into this line. That's why rook e1 was played, allowing e takes f3 to happen. But after the rook trade, it is relatively easy for white to make the draw. And by the way, this pawn can easily be captured as the king will get closer towards that pawn via h2 and g3 and soon capture that pawn. So that's why this is perfectly fine for either side. Black should be able to defend this position. But now Luke McShane spending some time on what to do, because the pawn on e4 is targeted. You have to either move it, capture the pawn on f3, or defend it, or you simply step out of it and you accept f takes e4 to happen. You can play rook d8 with the idea to still try and enter the second rank. So that could be interesting for black. And that may be the reason why Luke is spending so much time. I believe he spends 30 to 30 minutes already. But he does have the time for it, so why not, right? So far looking good for Michael to have drawing chances here. This game seems to be heading to a draw. And that may mean that Michael Adams will be still leading the tournament with 5.5 out of 8. But for now, the games are all still ongoing, except the one game between Nikita Vitiugov and Hans Niemann, which was decided quickly with a draw. Now, at the same time, the game between Jules Moussard and Shiraz Royal. My prediction of taking on c6 is unfortunately not happening whatsoever. The players, especially Jules, has no interest in taking that pawn on c6, as we saw after rook e1, rook e8 was played, and now queen d2, shifting the attention to that pawn on g5. Knight f8 was played, and surprisingly enough, that is already a mistake, as after knight h3, the pawn on g5 is under attack, under huge pressure. After g4, the pawn is simply going to get captured very soon. Bishop to e2, knight h7, and there we go. The pawn has been captured. The king remains extremely weak on g8, and this may mean that the GM norm chances for Shiraz Royal will end in this game. Bishop g6, queen to f4, and Jules is going for the attack on the king side. So preparing the move knight to f6 or knight h6, and this looks disastrous as white is completely dominating in this game. The knight on a5 single-handedly keeping the queen side together, keeping the queen on c7. As soon as you lose the pawn on c6, it is game over. The pawn on b5 will also drop very soon after that, and that is simply lights out. So knight f5 on the board now, and this is trying to keep it together, not allowing knight f6 anymore. Knight h6 is less interesting for white, as you don't want to trade pieces really. So how can white continue the attack? Bishop g5 is an interesting threat, so you may want to stop this with the move h4. Mateusz going for 0 draws event. Oh no. It wouldn't be so bad to have 0 draws when you have 9 wins, but since we don't have anyone with 100% score, that may be quite an issue, right? It is sometimes a good idea to go for draws, because draws are better than losses, and it's really surprising to see how easily you can stack your points with draws. It's really surprising. So yeah, I've always been surprised how my opponents would have not lost a game yet, but they also didn't win so many games, but they got a lot of draws, and that got them so many points in a tournament, so that can be really helpful. Would I rather have 4 out of 9 with 4 wins or 8 draws? I'd rather have 4 wins, I think. Yeah. Yeah, because if you have so many draws, you start to question your abilities, and then you may feel like, okay, I can't play chess anymore. I can't win a single game anymore, and that can be very frustrating. So you'd rather have 4 wins and 5 losses in tournament than 8 draws and 1 loss, as it may mean that you have tried really well. You have tried to fight, but yeah, tournament without a win would be bad. It will affect the mental a lot. Anyways, this is looking good for Jules Moussard. He is on their move 35 now, about to make the 35th move, and with 15 minutes on the clock, that should be more than enough. We see a trade happen in the game between Michael Adams and Luke McShane. This game either may go on for a very long time or will end very soon. I'm expecting it to last very long, actually, because of the fact that we have Rook takes a5 in the air happening soon, and after that, and not a lot can go wrong. But interestingly enough, after Rook takes King h2. Why did not take that pawn first? And what is interesting is to see that after Rook takes a5, the Rook could enter on e2, limiting the King from moving forward to capture that pawn. So here, King h2, you simply lose that pawn on f2, and the King is simply blocked over here. So that's why White made the clever move, King to h2, and this King is heading to g3. It does give Black the opportunity to defend the pawn on a5, but with the Rook on a8, extremely passive. I'm not expecting anything else here than a draw. I'm taking a glance at the playing hall. The arbiters are walking around, but all the players are sitting down behind the board. Since you can gain rating points by drawing against better opponents, do you think a person who can draw a game against anyone in the world at will but can never win be called the best in the world? No, I don't think so. No. You see that if you try to compare people's win percentages, you see that a lot of the top players have really high win percentages, and that is why they are one of the best players. Yeah, being able to to draw all your games but not win, even though it may give you a rating, you have to prove yourself against the lower rated players, right? So Rook e4 on the board now, interesting move. So simply allowing Rook takes a5, but perhaps playing Rook f4 after that and trying to get g5 happen somehow so that this pawn can be saved. But let's see what Luke has in mind here after Rook takes a5. Very interesting Rook endgame. Oh, there we go, guys. There we go. The players agreed to a draw. The game is over. Wow. Okay, I did not... I mean, I did say that the game may end soon in a draw, but as Rook e4 was played, I really thought that the game will go on for a long time and they will play until 2 bare kings, but no. The players agreed to a draw, so Michael Adams still leading the tournament with 5.5 out of 8. He will go to the final round with a lead. He's waiting for his competitors to play, as the position between Gukesh and Amin is still rather unclear. So the winner of this game will join the lead with Michael Adams. However, it is not looking like any of the players are going for a win here. So fair result between Michael Adams and Luke McShane, giving the chance still to the other players, but not looking like we will see a decisive result here. And actually lots of drawers positions today. But let's see what happens in this game. So we saw that c3 was eventually played, a5 and queen c6. So the queen is coming in as well. The queen went to e2 to try to get that pawn to a6 at some point, maybe involve queen to go to b5. 7 moves left until the time control. Will we see a huge miss happen on the 14th move or around it? Let's see. As Rook 8 on the board, attacking the pawn on a5 which will probably be defended by the rook to a1. Rook b5 right now seems very, very bad. Rook b5 enabling knight f4. Yeah, that is going to lose material. Even worse is that knight takes e3 is even better, taking the bishop, because you're defending the rook with the knight. So after rook takes, knight takes, and that is simply game over. Not much else you have here, as the rook is under attack, about to be captured. So rook a1 on the board for this reason. And here we are, move 34. The players have enough time on the clocks, but the pressure of being near move 40 can always occur, or move 41 for that matter. We've seen some of the craziest blunders happen on move 41, so you never know. I appreciate so much, John R. Thank you so much. Thank you. Volokatin playing an incurrent. We have to take a look at that game, as this game seems to be very even for now. We will come back to this very soon. Let's take a look. We have, in this position, 39 seconds left for Andrei Volokatin. It seems to be the case that Mateusz Bartel is consolidating his position. What did we miss, everybody? King a1 was played, king e7, rook he1 attacking the queen, of course. Queen went to c4, and here, as I mentioned, f5 seems very interesting for white. But after e takes f5, rook takes, rook c7, queen b3, and now it seems to be not so clear for white anymore. Funnily enough, because white has had 2 pawns, so you would say that it is clear that white is winning here, but for some reason, the evaluation bar says otherwise. So we also have to think of the fact that there's a double pawn on the f-file, but fortunately for black, it is easy to defend those pawns with the move bishop to e6. So what could be possible here for Mateusz to play? As the queen trade is offered, you do not want to trade queens here. That would help the opponent's pawn structure to be sorted out. Is a queen takes c2, because that is very appealing, right? To take a pawn off the board. And it seems to be that there is some huge tactic here in the position, as the eval bar spikes up all the way to +10. What is in the position? As it turns out, guys, there is a crazy sequence going on here. e6! As if yesterday's game wasn't crazy enough, Mateusz can decide to make it even crazier, but then for his opponent who can win this, as after e6, let's say queen takes b3. It may seem very innocent, right? Black is taking the queen, what's the issue? E takes e7, check. And where is this king heading to? This bishop is cutting off this diagonal, so the king can run away. And after king d8, it is checkmate in one. Beautiful checkmate sequence. After king f8, you can promote to queen or a rook even. Have 3 rooks on the board and give a checkmate this way. So e6 is the winning move. You're not losing the queen. If simply bishop takes e6, the problem here is once again the king. You simply give a check, no way for black to defend, and soon you will be checkmated here with black. You still need to play this tricky move, bishop f6. Simply insane. You're preparing the move rook d8, and soon it will be over for black. So that is why queen b3, you cannot take on c2. But I wonder if Andrei has seen all of this while being down to 30 seconds on the clock. Thanks, keyboard warrior. Yeah, it's interesting, right? To have 1 or 2 or more commentators. It is difficult to give each other the time to speak, and you don't want to repeat each other's stuff. So when you're alone, you're free to talk about whatever you want in position, about which game. But when you are doing it with a co-commentator, you always have to rely on them, and it can get very difficult to have a good harmony in the commentary, as sometimes your commentator may say the exact same thing you wanted to say, and then you're out of words and you're like, you have to make up on the spot what to say. So that can make things very difficult, and there's only so much you can say about the game of chess, right? So to try and keep it as engaging as possible can be difficult when it is the two of you. But okay, we do have to be real here. We have to be realistic that doing a solo commentary is also quite difficult as, yeah, you're essentially talking all by yourself for a few hours. So it's also not the easiest job, but I do enjoy it a lot. How did you manage to retrieve the video footage for the tournament? The organizers were super happy to help in this situation. They really wanted to have the video feed up. This is the official broadcast, so I am very close in touch with the organizers to make sure that everything is working accordingly. But yeah, this is how we got the video footage, and it's honestly a blessing because oftentimes it's not available or not allowed or reserved for certain broadcasts, right? So that's why really fortunate to have help from organizers. We're making sure every single day that we have the camera on, and even with a 15-minute delay every single day. So is there something happening in the game of Kukash? You guys scare me a lot. You guys are spamming Gokash as if some blunder happened, but it's the exact same position as 5 minutes ago. You guys are funny. But yeah, we see a lot of trades, guys. We see Rook takes a5, and what is going on? Because we cannot take the pawn on c3 just yet. If we take the pawn on c3, back rank incoming, so we can't do that just yet. Gukesh will have to move his h-pawn up, and then Ami will be able to defend that pawn. But this should be a draw, everyone. This should be a draw. Thanks, Ollie. There we go. h3 is on the board. But this looks really drawish, right? Because the king of black is super unsafe. The pawn on c3. Again, the strength and a weakness. Very strong pass pawn, but it's also a weakness that black needs to keep defending. So, once again, I think this is going to be a pretty easy draw. And the game may be decided any moment now, but let's take a look at other games as things are getting super exciting there. There I said it! That was really soon. I did not expect the draw to occur so soon, but the game just ended. The game is also ending in a peaceful draw. Kukic was simply not able to capitalize on his activity in the opening, after the opening, as Amin played super well, and it was difficult for Kukic to do anything in this game to gain an advantage. So fair result. It's like the third one I predicted. Well, I did not expect it to be so soon. I was thinking maybe like a few more moves and it will be a draw eventually, but that was a really quick one. We see another draw, 3 draws so far in this round, but the other games going on are extremely interesting. So with that being said, guys, we now see no change in the standings really. We see once again 2 players racing behind Michael Adams, half a point behind. The final round of the game will decide things a lot. And this may actually already mean that the chances of Kukac qualifying for the candidates are over in this tournament. Not 100% for sure, because there's still lots of tournaments to be played in this month. And who knows? Maybe miracle happens. Michael Adams loses. Kukac wins tomorrow. Who knows? But we're not assuming that, since Michael Adams can easily play it safe as he is playing tomorrow against, I believe, Shreya Zorial from the top of my head. So he can try to force a draw and be sure of the tournament victory, if not shared place. But he will be enjoying that tournament lead. So let's take a look. 2 games left, guys. One is going on in the game between Andrei Volokitin and Mateusz Bartel. No new move made yet by Mateusz. 9 moves left until the 40th move for 30 minutes extra to their time. Let's take a look, guys. Maybe Shreyas will play game of his life tomorrow. Who knows? He has done a pretty good job at making it very interesting, especially against the top players of the tournament. So who knows? Bishop e6 on the board. This looks really cute. There is a lot of pieces on this diagonal. But Bishop e6 playing the best move in the position. White plays safe. Well, the thing is, it's not on Shuria's. It's more like Michael Adams will not be taking risks, so he will go for the most dull line you can think of. And then it will be on Shuria's to make it interesting, right? So, I'm curious to see how Shuria's will decide to do that, but I feel like in any opening, you can try to make it very boring, and try to go for a draw. So, I certainly think that Shuria's will try to make it interesting, but I also think that Michael Adams will not risk so much. And wait a second, Rook A8 is considered a huge miss. It is a very passive move though, so why did Mateusz Portel decide to do this? His rook was very well placed on G8. Is he trying to play on the clock here? I was wondering why. Maybe rook c7 would allow bishop d4, so that makes sense. Taking on c2 would not have been a bad idea at all, because after rook takes c2, rook takes a7, the king can simply retreat and the pawn on h2 is under attack. So this may have given much bigger drawing chances for black over here. So yeah, shot indeed. Why not take the c2 pawn? I'm guessing that he really wants to keep that a pawn alive, because if the a pawn is captured, white will have a pass pawn on the a file. So I'm guessing that is the reason why rook 8 was played. And now rook e2 is simply defending all the pawns on the second ring. But now we have another monster incoming here, the h pawn. The h pawn has to be feared for. But now white can try to maneuver the bishop first towards g5, as the dark squares around the king are extremely weak. There are many major tournaments coming up, beta rubber, for all the players involved in qualifying for the candidates. I believe there are some tournaments happening in India, organized. I'm not sure what the date is that the tournament will start, but it should start in a couple of days from now. And we will have also the World Weapon and Blitz, which also counts for the FIDE circuit. We have the Champions Chess Tour, which has actually started already. That may also that also counts for the Grand Prix. So a lot of tournaments still that count for the FIDE Grand Prix circuit, and that's why this tournament, well, Kukoc may not have a good chance anymore to win this tournament, but he does have better chances in another tournament as well. Do I have a YouTube channel? This is my own channel. You are watching on my own YouTube channel, so thanks for the support. The next tournament I will play, I don't know. I don't know yet. I don't know. I don't have any updates for you just yet. Just subscribe. Thank you so much. Thanks so much for the support. If you're watching on YouTube, make sure to give the stream a like. I would really appreciate that, and it helps the stream a lot. So if you haven't already, make sure to do that. Don't forget to do it. That helps us a lot, and I appreciate the support. No starting list. Yeah, I believe the deadline has been extended, right? So we will not see anything just yet. Let's take a look. So let's take a quick look at the game between Jules Moussard and Shreyas Royal. So what did we miss here, guys? What did we miss here? H4 was indeed played to prevent bishop g5. I remember this. This is where we left off. King h8 was played. Knight to e3, trying to trade those knights off the board. f5, queen f4. So, positionally speaking, white is completely winning. If we disregard the fact that white is up a pawn, the position is super close, right? But this is strategically simply winning by a lot. White needs to find a way to move the pieces to better squares and find a nice plan to continue here. And the king goes all the way to e3. We love to see that, centralizing the king, because indeed the king has not much to do on g1. So might as well put it on e3. behind all of the pawns because nothing is going to happen in the center anyway. So now, having reached the 14th move, Jules will be able to spend his time much better. And he's out looking at the remaining board to see what is going on there. No worries, pal. That makes perfect sense. Thanks so much for the support. True, knight g5, you can't take that knight. Or actually, you have rook h1 check. You have rook h1 check at the queen h7. You can simply capture king takes, queen takes, rook takes, and this is simply still winning for white. But we're missing a few pieces here. But this knight is going to move around and try to get a hold of those pawns. But this feels like one of those positions that the computer can't evaluate because it's such a close position, right? It feels like one of those positions. I wonder if this is objectively winning for white still. That would actually be interesting to analyze thoroughly. Yeah, so this game not looking good for Shreyas. But let's see how Jules will manage to win this game as he's ahead currently, but it's not so easy to actually convert it. Shreyas has really good defensive resources and not easy for Jules to complicate matters here. As his one opportunity to take on c6, he did not take that opportunity. I'm still salty about this. I'm joking, of course, but it is difficult now to take that pawn on c6 to get another pawn on b5 so that you sacrifice a knight for 2 pawns. Let's go back to this game. Let's go back here as Andrei Volokitin needs to make 5 more moves until the 14th move. Will he be in time to do so? Will he be able to do that in time? Will he be able to not make mistakes here? This seems to be quite a safe position, right? It's hard to see how white can blunder here. Once again, white is up 2 pawns. The pawns are scattered over the board, making it difficult to create passed pawns. The rook on c4 is very strong. And this pawn on h4 can't really... The pawn on h2 cannot really go to h4, cannot move fast, as that would weaken the pawn on g3 a lot. So, difficult position to convert for Andrei, but not easy to throw either. I think he has the position in full control. He just needs to find a few more accurate moves. Maybe it's bug Sebastian Marks because I have 2 likes, but I also didn't refresh the page, so it may be different if you refresh the page. I believe this tournament in India is happening, right? Where Gugash is participating. Some tournament has been announced, but I don't know the proper details about it just yet. Anish is playing in Rapid and Blitz. I believe he confirmed his participation, yeah. Yeah. Actually, bishop c1 is on the board. I forgot to mention that it has been played. We were talking about this move quite some time. As bishop c1 preparing to move the bishop to g5, or possibly to put it on this diagonal as it covers the square a7. Maybe you want to play rook c5 at some point. Interesting position, but difficult to find ways to really win this game, right? Well, I don't really mind between FIDE Master and Women International Master, but essentially it was easier for me to get FIDE Master as I reached 2300 pretty easily, and the Women International Master title requires norms, right? So I still had to get those norms, and it was much more difficult for me to get those. Well, I have until this up to this point, I have like 7, 8 WIM norms on me. So now it's a bit easier to get those norms, but back then when I reached 2300, I still had to get more norms for my WIM title. So I prefer WIM more for this reason, because I had to spend much more effort trying to get this title. But I do sincerely hope that I will get a higher title, whether that is WGM or straight going for IM. I think I'll settle first for WGM, because that would be really cool to have too. Refreshing house, awesome. That is okay, guys. That is okay. I really appreciate the support. Also, there's many tournaments happening right now, guys. So currently we have the Champions Chester going on. So that is also very interesting for the FIDE Grand Prix circuit. Let's take a look. 7 minutes now for Mateusz Bartel. We're waiting for him to make a move, as the players have not reached move 40 just yet. After move 40, they receive 30 minutes on their clock, so we're waiting for moves to be made. But what can Black actually do here without losing on the spot, right? You want to make the move f6, but then this bishop becomes very vulnerable. This pawn is stopping White from doing very annoying things to Black, so you want to keep this pawn on e5. But what else is there? Because the rook on a8 is stuck. If you go back with the rook to c6, you don't really achieve much, and it's simply too slow. So for now, tough position for Mateusz Bartel, but maybe he can somehow find a way to survive. King to d7 has been played, which is apparently a mistake. This is... And bishop e3 on the board really quickly after that. The king is seemingly heading to b7, which would make a lot of sense, right? The king has nothing to do on e7 anymore. Did its job, but now the king is activated. Thanks, Paul. Thanks so much. King c6 on the board, and the computer completely hates it. The computer hates it because this is inviting a rook to go to d6, and that is why bishop went to e3, right? Because after rook d2, rook d6, rook b6, the pawn on a6 is simply lost. Hard to find a good move. Indeed, it is very difficult for Black to play this game. Being down 2 pawns is already hard enough to deal with, but also having a worse position outside of those 2 pawns is just making matters even harder. So Andre looking good in this position, despite being lower on the clock. He has seen his whole idea, and that's why he has essentially been pre-moving his moves now, as he put his rook on d2, eyeing on that d6 square, and soon the rook will go to b6, and this pawn may get lost. Maybe this rook, since it is looking at the pawn on c2, maybe after rook d6, you may want to include rook c5 first to trade off that rook, and then simply improve the king to make it more active, and the king can walk around the board this way, and soon that should be lights out. Funny you mentioned this. The players have the same rating. I didn't even realize this. They have the exact same rating. Hey, Linda Arnox. Hello. So far, pretty peaceful. We have 3 draws already. But in this game seems to be that we will have a decisive result, as well as in the game between Jules Moussard and Shreyas Royal. As Shreyas is not doing so well as of now, but his opponent has been pushing for quite some time now. Rook c3 on the board, attacking the bishop on e3. Will we see rook d6 check? That would lead to dropping that pawn on c2, right? Since the bishop on e3 is also under attack. So I'm expecting indeed bishop d4. That's what I was expecting. And the rook may retreat there to c4. Kukash has already finished his game. Kukash has made a draw against Amin Tabatabai. And that means that the standings are as follows. Michael Adams with 5.5 points out of 8. And the two players, Amitabh Batabai and Gukash, right behind him with 5 points out of 8. So anything can still happen in the final round, but it is not looking like anyone is able to catch up with Michael Adams, who has been taking the lead the rest of the tournament. So in the final round, anything can happen, of course, but we're not expecting drastic changes in the standings. Love Bartel played, never playing for a draw, always going for a full point. It's nice to see, right? It's nice to see, always fighting until the very end. The organizers did a really fantastic job to invite fighting players that will go until the very end. Almost no matter what, almost. We have seen a few exceptions, of course, but with a lot of reasonable, in a lot of reasonable ways. Rook f3 on the board, trying to avoid any sort of rook trade. Well, rook f2 can still be played, of course, so that would force a rook trade since the rook is unable to move out of this. All right. What comes next now for white? Are we going to see rook f2? Or does Andre have something else in mind? If king b2, you allow the check. Very unpleasant. So I'm really expecting rook f2, but maybe he wants to keep his rook on the board. But what else do you have? Where do you put the bishop now? Because bishop g1, you lose the bishop due to rook f1 check. Bishop f2 can also be played in the GM solver. But yeah, I guess you will simply go back with the rook, right? To c3. Rook f2 makes a lot of sense. 1 minute left on the clock for Andrei Volokitin. We are expecting his move very, very soon. 2 more moves until the 14th move, guys. So we're just waiting for the final 2 moves to be played. Until the 14th move, that is. The final 2 moves of the game. If rook c5 check, that's actually also possible. Rook d1 on the board, defending against the check. So rook c5 is a very good point, actually, that you can simply give it check. But I'm guessing that the rook wants to keep an eye on that pawn, so that the rook is very passive here on a8. So rook c5, the king will be able to retreat, and you're not really achieving so much, right? Because how do you proceed here? So you can move the king up, but with the king on b7, the rook can now move around freely. Rook can go to d8 and start coming back in the game, maybe even rook h8. So rook d1 on the board for that reason. Simply preventing any of the checks. Rook f2 also not possible anymore because of the bishop. So the pawns are currently safe. Four minutes on the clock. What will his final 2 moves be? Not easy to come up with moves here for white. Not easy at all. But similarly, we are here in a... Similarly for white, we're here in a opposite color bishop endgame with the rook still on the board, so that helps a lot. But the opposite color bishops make it very interesting, right? Because if the bishop was here on d3, the pawns would be huge weaknesses, as the bishop can simply attack them and capture them easily. But with the bishop on the dark squares, he cannot capture any of the pawns. He cannot attack them whatsoever. And this bishop is a very good defender. So not easy at all for white to win this. This may take quite some time still. Exactly. If the players draw, it will be +0 indeed. Three more minutes. It helps white's attack, but it also works against him, right? Because his bishop is unable to attack any of the pawns. It is really easy for black to defend the pawns that are still left on the board. But yeah, with this dark squared bishop, it's hard to see how to proceed here, right? We'd rather have the bishop on d3, I would say. I would rather have the bishop on the light square now. If rook b1, rook b6, I mean, of course that is the idea, but at the same time, you have bishop c4. Well, actually, you would have to move the king first, and then bishop c4. So, not easy at all. I would say, we're not talking about the players here, but if anyone else were playing this, let's say 2000 rated or lower, I can see how this ends in a draw, just because of the opposite color bishop ending, making it difficult for white to convert this easily. So that's what I think would make it more difficult, but with the players from this caliber, this should be winnable for Andre easily, especially with some more time on the clock. Well, that's why I said king d7, all right? You have to be a bit more patient with me there. He's going back with the king. Yeah, maybe. If the bishop moves, the king will be able to go to e8. There's no good check once again. This dark square bishop is unable to deliver a good check. So let's see what white will play, but I'm expecting the bishop to move. Bishop e3 check on the board, and Andrei Volokitin has officially reached the 14th move. So he's trying to restrict this rook on f3, but I wonder what he has in mind next. So the king is indeed moving all the way back, and possibly to g7, but this is still looking very good for Andrei. Instead, maybe bishop a7 would have been interesting, but to be very honest with you, rook takes a6, and the bishop is pinned for a very long time there, so not sure if this is in white's favor here as much, as rook can attack the pawn here. The h-pawn is of course still a weakness. f4 can be played at some point. Not sure with this bishop being pinned here. Rook c3, rook c7 comes to mind. Difficult situation. So perhaps that is why bishop e3 was played, king e8, and now we are in this position where Andrei will start spending his time again, as he has 30 minutes now on the clock, and now he will be able to decide how to continue here, and he has a lot of time to do so. He has simply better position, but once again, this bishop, very strong bishop, but unable to get those pawns off the board. He has to move this bishop now. He can move the bishop to g5, threaten rook d8, checkmate. So that's why rook takes a6 will be hanging. But after bishop g5, bishop c4 could be played and the game continues, right? So we'll have to see if white manages to find a way to break through, as in this position, it's still not very easy. It's easy for white to set up threats, but also easy for black to defend them because of the bishop and opposite bishop endgames. White to get 30 minutes because they reach the 40th move. This is the time control. After 40 moves, the players receive additional time of 30 minutes. Let's take a look at the game between Shreya Zorial and Jules Moussard. Wait a second, did we see a 41st move blunder? Bishop went to d8 and now king d3. And he missed the move knight f6. What a nice find by Shreya Zorial. Wait a second, we completely disregarded Shreya's drawing chances here, but now he's completely back in the game, as this blunders rook takes g3. The queen on f4 will be hanging, and as there's a check, there's no way for white to protect the queen. This is insane. Knight f6 and black is completely back. The knight jumps to e4. The pawn on g3 will be under attack. A lot of threats appear in the position. And suddenly, white's pieces, since they are still, but the knight on a5, bishop on b2, bishop on e2, the pieces are not in the right places. They need to be more active. But how do you activate them now? Ooh, this is a tough one for Jules, who missed knight f6, and this will cost him a lot. And he was still competing for the top places, but if he's not able to win today's game, it is not looking good for him anymore. Wow. Very nice find by Shreya Zorial, the talent from England. And as all the games, all the both games that are remaining still have reached the 14th move, guys. It will be a quick break, but we will go to a short break, everybody, as the games have now reached move 40. 30 more minutes on the clock for for 4 of the players remaining. And we will come back soon with more action in the London Chess Classic. The players will take their time and we will give them the time they need. So we'll be back soon with more coverage on this tournament, but we'll hope to see you back after the break. So make sure to don't go anywhere. The action continues on the London Chess Classic after this break. See you in a bit. Hello everyone and welcome back to the coverage of the London Chess Classic. Today is round 8 and most of the games have ended, but there's still 2 left. And we were thinking that both of them were going to be decisive, but that's not the case at all, as we see already on the board between Jules Moussard and Shreyas Royal. Jules was winning his game very convincingly, but then all of a sudden allowed this crazy move, king to d3. After king d3, he allowed knight f6, and all of a sudden e takes f6 is not possible since there is rook takes g3, losing the queen on f4, and for that reason, knight f6 is such a strong move because that knight was out of the game, right? But Shreyas found the one resource to put the knight back into the game. Play knight f6, rook g1, knight to e4, and king c2. And wait a second, this is another mistake. And for some reason, the evaluation is saying that black is better here. Wait a second, could this be the comeback of the century? This is unbelievable. Shreyas Royal in a better position. This is incredible. Jules Moussard, what is he doing? He moved the king all the way from g2 to c2, thinking that the king belongs there so that he can start attacking. But now indeed, queen h7 is on the board, preparing to move bishop h5. Things are looking dicey here as there is constant pressure on that pawn on g3. Bishop takes h4 is a big threat. What can white possibly do to defend this? Oh my goodness, Jules up a pawn has completely messed up his game. King on b3 now. What happens after bishop takes h4? Oh my goodness! Jules Moussard is completely losing. What is going on? So the only way for black to improve the position is by playing queen h7 because you are threatening bishop takes h4 and Jules is allowing this. What is going on? So after bishop takes h4, what we do need to consider is what is happening after rook h1, right? Because rook h1 pins the bishop and it seems like white is able to recapture that bishop, but then you... what is this line? Bishop g5? Rook takes h7, king takes, queen f1 is met by knight d2 check, and the queen has no other squares left. Here's queen f3, also knight d2. Oh my goodness. Bishop takes h4 on the board, and we see Jules with one hand covering his face. Bishop c3, oh my goodness, this is a total collapse! How the tables have turned! Shreyas Royal back in, competing for the Grandmaster norm. This is unbelievable! This is unbelievable! Oh my goodness, Jules, the second time I see you on that exact same chair making the same... not the same, but making another blunder, losing the game possibly. Oh no! We saw him on the exact same chair. The time that he played against Michael Adams, he was completely crushing Michael Adams, but he made a huge mistake and we saw him on the exact same chair. No way! Oh, this is going to be a tough one to deal with. Shreyas Royal needs 1.5 points out of the final 2 games. So if he wins today, he needs to have half a point tomorrow to have the Grandmaster norm. We thought it was nearly impossible, especially after being in a losing position today. But this is incredible. He can simply capture the pawn, Pelzasub. The pawn is free. Free for grabs. He took it with the knight, interestingly enough, because the bishop is under attack. I really liked rook takes because you're also threatening rook takes c3, but perhaps he didn't want to trade the rooks just yet. Knight takes g3 played. Yeah, I did like taking with the rook much more there, as a knight is really necessary on e4, and you can capture that bishop any moment you like, right? So this is a slight miss by Shreyas, but he's still, of course, in a better position, ahead a pawn, and he will try to consolidate his pieces on the king side soon. Yeah, rook takes feels more natural, right? Because you're forcing the trade. After rook takes, bishop takes, the queen has to leave. You start moving the pawn, right? So I preferred this move as well. But Shreyas played knight takes g3, allowing the bishop to move to f3. How does Shreyas continue here? The players are playing this out super fast. Indeed. Too early. Yeah, that's why we can't celebrate too early, right? For the youngster Shreyas Real, until the game is not over yet, anything can still happen. So this is such an absurd game. I know, right? This is absolutely incredible. Who would have thought? Well, I'm still a little salty. But I did suggest to take on c6 here, and I thought that would have much better chances than the way that things proceeded for sure. But of course, it's easy to say here when we're just watching. When you're just watching, when you're just spectating, you're easy to throw in pieces. And seems to have been the case that Jules was not too confident enough to take on c6. And well, we do have to admit, after this, he did have a completely winning position, but practically speaking, not so easy, because Trezorel has been defending so well. He completely shut down the king side, and with the wrong plan, this led to this position. And now it is Shreyas who is up a pawn. This is the live board. This is how it is looking like right now. Shreyas Royale up a pawn. This knight is completely out of the game. Yeah, no, actually knight b7 is not a move, right? Well, knight b7 is a move on the next turn because the bishop is attacked as well. So it may be considered, but with knight b7, at least you get your knight to d6, but this knight feels so offside. The live delayed board. That is the question, John R. Is a pawn enough? It should be enough given the fact that it is an f pawn that can freely move forward. Not just yet, but Black has to try to make progress here. Knight takes g3 may have caused some difficulties for Black. I'm curious what Shreyas has in mind here. What is next? Maybe he didn't consider this move at all, as he... No, I'm sure that he sees rook takes g8, right? So maybe he thought there were some tactical opportunities here. Both players played the last few moves so quickly, but a good start would be to move this rook elsewhere. Move the rook to g7 or g6, just to make sure that rook takes rook will not be with check. So you can have tactics such as knight to e2. And Shreyas needs to try to trade pieces here, as that f-pawn is going to be superior and make sure to win the game. Nice, Chaos. Let's go. So, at the same time, the game between Andrei Volokitin and Mateusz Bortel is still going on. Let's take a quick look what we missed over here. So we saw that this check occurred, bishop g5 indeed played, and now bishop f6 trying to restrict that king even more. The king went all the way to g8, guys. King to b2, rook f2, and now h4. Wait a second, this is another mistake. Uh-oh. Who is going to defend the pawn on c2 now? Because there's a check. Rook c8 after that. Unclear. Remember what I told you guys? If you move the h-pawn up, this pawn is going to be very sad. And who is going to defend g2? c2 is also a target. This is looking very close to drawing. This is very much in a drawing range for black now. Uh-oh. King h7 on the board. The king is on a hike today, and the computer hates the move, as this enables white to play rook d8, trading off the rooks. But is that enough? Should be enough, right? You want to get rid of that rook, put the bishop back to f6, rook c5, rook c8. Well, maybe you have to take a detour. But eventually, rook h8 will happen with the pawn on h5, supporting the checkmate, as the king is simply stuck here. Now it's on Andre to figure out, will he play the move rook d8? Will he decide to do something else? It is simply incredible how the king went from e8 to b7, right? Did he go to b7? No, he went to c6. He went to c6. And then it returned all the way back to h7. So much king fitness today. Hey, little chatty channel, welcome. Hello. Do we see an update here? Okay, Shreya Zoral did play the move rook to g6, and rook g2 has been played. So the rook on g2 is defended now, so moves such as knight e2 or knight e4 or knight h5 are not really dangerous for white. The rook is defended, so there's no discovery attack. And now it is white's, black's task, actually, to try to trade pieces. Queen h6 looks like a good start, as you need to try to get rid of the pieces from the f-file. Very interesting games, guys. Very interesting games going on. I'm expecting... It's hard to predict what will happen actually in the games, because both games may actually end in a draw if we keep going this way. But for now, Israel is ahead on the board. He's ahead a pawn. He is doing much better now. But is it enough? Can he actually convert this to a full point? We'll have to see, but it is looking good for him. Interesting or interesting? Go, I am. How fantastic would it be for Shreya Zoral to do the impossible and still manage to catch a GM norm? How amazing would that be? If he were to win today's game, he is facing Michael Adams tomorrow, who is more than happy to take a draw, right? Because to consolidate his lead, make sure that he's at least sharing first place, if not more. But we will have to see first. Can Shreya Zoral manage to win this game? Zoral has a lot of time to spend now. The players made their moves really quickly the past few moves, but now Shreya is going to take his time. Queen h6 would be a good start, trying to trade off the pieces. Imagine removing all of those pieces, right? Let's say we keep the knight and bishop on the board. This pawn is moving forward, the king will support it, and that is over. Especially because the black pawns are all on the light squares, right? So with the bishop on e8, this is a very good defender, actually. We don't need to have the dark squared bishop in order to win, since we have an extra pawn. It would make matters probably a little bit easier. It also depends. Maybe you can put a knight on f4, king on e3, and then just sit. That would be problematic, but at the same time, zugzwangs may occur, right? So it really depends how the game proceeds here. Queen h6 on the board, indeed offering a queen trade, and white cannot escape this queen trade. Do we see any updates in this game? Rook c5 on the board with the wrong idea. Andrei Volokitin does not want to trade rooks over here. Another miss in this game, as this allows the rook check, and then it remains to be seen where this king is heading to. Rook b8 check, king c1, bishop a2 is forced checkmate. King to c3, what do you do after f3? I guess you have rook d3, but now f4 is a really interesting move. This king does not feel safe at all. It is so prone to be attacked here. And with this light squared bishop covering all the light squares, not very simple. Bishop f5, rook f3 comes to mind. All of those pawns are so vulnerable. Thanks, Bird. Thanks so much. If you have any questions in the chat, guys, feel free to ask. I'm here to answer them. And doesn't matter what type of question it is about the games, because we all consider some moves that may look weird, but they're always interesting to answer. And here we see king g6 on the board, another miss. That is 3 misses in a row, guys, from the players. 3 misses in a row. King g6, but the point is that white has to play the move rook d8. Otherwise, this king is simply escaping, right? So the move makes perfect sense, because king g6, and you don't want to allow any sort of h5. The king would be stuck there, right? But king g6 now, and the computer really wants to play rook d8. But not a move that Andrei has been, at least what I'm assuming, has not been thinking about since he moved the rook to c5, right? Exactly. So Volokitin is not playing rook d8. And Mateusz Bartel not playing rook b8. So we're in here for a wild ride. Thanks, Salimon. Gukash drew his game. I predict the win for Volokitin and a draw in Shreya's game. Interesting, interesting. The accuracy on this take, you mean in this game? In this game it's 87.4 versus 85.8. So, your average chess.com blitz game, right? Joking, of course. What is bishop d2? What is bishop d2? Defending the queen? Allowing bishop g5? He is capturing the knight on g3, but this bishop, there's no way that you can lose this bishop. Look at that queen entering on e3 now. Oh, no, you can't, no. Oh, I guess... No, hard to explain. I mean, the king can easily defend the pawns, right? You play bishop e3, king c3, but this is looking very difficult for Zhu. Ouch. As soon as he made the mistake losing the pawns on the king side, it is simply going downhill from here. Zhu is collapsing with only 9 minutes left on the clock. This is not looking good. He has to play queen h2 now. Ouch. Ouch. Oh, rook takes g2. After queen takes g2, queen e3 check, and this is lights out. Rook takes g2 is on the board. Shreya's on his way to win his game. Queen takes h6 on the board. We see a bishop pair facing the knight and bishop now. Can Shreya's Royale win this endgame? As he is up a pawn in this endgame, this should be game over. Bishop d2 is the winning move here. Many moves win here, but with bishop d2, the king is stuck on b3, and Shreya's plays it almost instantly. Bishop d2 on the board, stopping the king from moving out, and now it is simply red carpet for the pawn here with the help of the light squared bishop soon. Or the king. You don't even have to move the bishop just yet. You can simply move the king forward, and this king cannot go anywhere. This is game over, and this may be a huge result for Shreya, who was completely losing the game. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Poor Jules, he has had such good games this tournament. Had he not thrown the opportunities he had in the tournament, he would have been the one leading the tournament. But he has not been able to deal with the pressure as much as the others did, and simply missing a lot of tactics here and there. Poor Jules has been fighting so hard, but things have not been in his favor. It's been a long day, yeah. It's been a long day. Went for refreshments. Ouch. Let's take a look at the game real quick between Andrei Volukitin and Mateusz Bortel. Finally, rook d8 is on the board. There we go. Bishop takes d8, rook g2, rook c3, and rook e2. So Mateusz is trying to make a repetition happen somehow where the rook retreats, but of course, Andrei is not going to allow this to happen. But what happens after bishop f6? Because this king loves to go to g4, rook g2, capturing the pawn. But wait a second, if you take that pawn, I guess you want to play f4, not take that pawn. Because imagine the rooks take on g3, king takes g3. This pawn is moving fast, as well as this pawn. But I think it's harder to catch this one. Actually, interesting endgame. We'll have to see how the game continues. Not so easy. Why did Jules walk his king that far anyways? So just to quickly return to that game, I have a feeling that since the attention was on the king side, let's go back in this position. So the attack was happening on the king side, right? And since his king is over here, it is common practice to move your king all the way to the other side of the board and then start attacking on the side where your opponent's king is. So since the king had nothing to do here, he decided to move his king all the way there. But what he didn't realize was the resources that Shreya still had. It seemed to be the case that Shreya has simply that position. Nothing is happening, right? But here he came in with rook g8, bishop e8, bishop d8. He's simply waiting. And now knight f6. Simply brilliant. Just waiting for this moment to happen. All the pieces were ready. And in the very right moment, he played knight f6. Simply brilliantly played by Shreya Zorial. I have no words. Because he played it so well. Here he made a slight error. But after bishop d2, it is game over. And now with bishop d2, this is completely losing. I am absolutely shocked, guys. I mean, we were basically saying, I literally said that this may be the end of Shreyas's GM norm chances, as he was in a losing position. But what a way to turn things around with the black pieces in such a terrifying position. Wow. Losing because of the f-pawn, so black is up a pawn, right? But also because of the fact that black has a pair of bishops. In this scenario, the pair of bishops are monsters because this bishop is covering the dark squares for that pawn, and this bishop is going to support on the light squares. Soon the king will join as well, and by playing bishop d2, Shreyas stopped the king from moving, as the king has to keep protecting that pawn. Once the king leaves, you take that pawn, and there's another passed pawn all of a sudden on the board. This is absolutely lost. And we see Shreya Zorial moving around in the playing hall. He knows that he is completely winning. He knows that he has the chance to still to win that GM norm. And that will be his second GM norm. But let's not celebrate too early because there's another game ahead of us tomorrow. And he will be facing none other than tournament leader Michael Adams. But funnily enough, I have a strong feeling that Michael Adams would be happy to take a draw, since it will make sure that he will be first in the tournament, and he is probably fine sharing first place. Oftentimes we see that in such tournaments, in high-level tournaments, players go for the draw to make sure that they're first place, and they will leave it up to their competitors that they have to win their games in order to share first place with the tournament leader. So my suspicion is that Michael Adams would be happy to go with a draw, but we'll have to see tomorrow what happens there. Another Berlin. We have not seen a single London game in this tournament, guys. It's rather upsetting, but a lot of Berlin, surprisingly enough. Bishop f1 is on the board. Final attempt by Jules to take on b5. I told you, Jules, you had to go for that a long time ago. But now, if he takes on b5, c6, and he's not able to make any sort of improvement, because as soon as c7 will happen, the bishop will sit on d7, and that is completely winning. It could also be that Michael Adams just simply wants to beat an IM, but I have a feeling he does not want to risk anything. He will simply go for a draw. That is my guess. The king on g7, and this is game over. White simply is running out of moves. Even if you try to maneuver the knight around, it is simply stuck. It is not able to stop this pawn. Simply incredible how this knight is simply not able to join the game. It is offside. There's nothing to do on this 64 squares anymore. And that is why this is so lost. Absolute first place will not matter to him, exactly. Exactly, the king should be enough. Especially because you can just start picking up those pawns. Knight b7 on the board. And the best you have here is knight d6, but then bishop d7, and the knight is almost trapped. That is simply incredible. Thanks for 100 bits here, Solar. Thank you. Blame Jules for not playing knight takes c6 earlier. Yeah, I was just saying to the viewers that imagine if knight takes c6 would happen, the pawns over here would have been removed, and then it would have been a really interesting game. But no, Jules had the great opportunity to win today, but that was not easy. Basically stresses a pawn and piece up. Exactly. Essentially, yeah. This knight is so bad. So bad. You can argue that this bishop is bad, right? Because it's just staring down all of these pawns over here, but it is the hero of the game, essentially. Just holding down any sort of attack. The bishop tried its best to defend everything and did such a good job. There was an English, right? That is true. We have seen some English games. That is true. Yeah, so in terms of tiebreaks, guys, for first place, if two players tie for first place, the prizes are split no matter what. But we will see a tiebreak between the players. They will be playing a match to fight for the title. Who is going to be the winner of the London Chess Classic? So I would honestly be excited to see that. I would be excited to see that happen. The Black King is a hero. All of the pieces of black are heroes. 3 more minutes for Jules. This is game over. Let's take a quick look at the game between Andrei Volokitin and Mateusz Bortel. So we saw that the rooks got traded here. Rook g2, rook c3, rook e2, and bishop g5. Allowing rook takes e5 to happen. What is the idea behind this? So why sacrifice that pawn on e5? is not scared at all about losing that pawn because, well, the pawns over here have no use whatsoever. White is still ahead one pawn, this pawn on c2, but is White able to convert this to a win? We'll have to see. With 2 minutes left on the clock for Andre, not looking good, I have to say. So Shreyas has only one norm so far, so if he manages to get a norm in this tournament, it will be a second one, so he will need another one and also 2500 rating indeed. Gukash's game was a little bit tense for the longest time, but everything got traded pretty quickly at some point, and then the players agreed to a draw. In the game between Michael Adams and Luke McShane, the game also ended pretty quickly in a draw as there was not much going on, a very peaceful game. It looked still pretty interesting for Luke. He was trying to go for more, but Michael Adams defended fiercely, and the players decided on a draw after having traded almost all the pieces. It was a very drawn rook end game, so they didn't want to spend more energy on that. And that is why Michael Adams is still ahead in the scoreboard. So now bishop f4, this endgame looking very interesting as White is up a pawn. You can call it 1.5 pawn because of the two double pawns over here. But interesting to see that Andre decided to give up on the pawn on e5 and simply proceed without that pawn, aiming to get that pawn on the c file forward. But not looking so easy. Rook b5 check on the board. The king has to retreat now. Quickly played by Andre, who is down to 3 minutes on the clock. Shreya's playing Michael tomorrow indeed. Let's take a look at the game between Jules Moussard and Shreya Zuriel. So here... Oh, the pawn was actually sacrificed, guys. So king c2 was played in the end. King d3, bishop e1. Oh, that was a wrong button. Bishop e2 was played. Bishop f2, bishop d1, and king g5. The black king is simply approaching, and the pawn will be unstoppable very soon. He does deserve it, Peter. He has shown such tremendous resistance against such strong players. I mean, we're not just talking about 2500 grandmasters. We're talking here about the top, one of the highest rated grandmasters in the world. There are several top 100 players playing here. 2600 plus grandmasters are not just grandmasters, they are a step ahead of the regular grandmasters. So to play so well in such a high level field is simply incredible. It's insane how he came back so many times from losing positions, and that really shows true talent. So king h4 is now on the board. The king is approaching g3. I'm expecting a resignation soon. We see arbiter Shorebayat looking at the game. Let's see when Jules decides that it is enough. He does not want to resign. I mean, it makes sense. It's such a heartbreaking loss for him one more time. Shreya Zuriel is 14 years old. f4 on the board. King g3 comes next. And that pawn is unstoppable. Knight to d8, still trying to complicate matters. Attacking the pawn on e6. But simply bishop d7. And we're okay, allowing knight f7. No stress about that, because guess what? We have another pawn incoming. If life was fair, Jules would be leading a tournament, absolutely. Does he have any homework this weekend? I think his only homework for now would be to draw tomorrow. Hey Ricky, hello, welcome. b4 indeed on the board. The bishop has to defend both pawns now. Bishop e8 on the board. Soon we may see a check appear on the board. Or bishop h5. I would rather play bishop g6. I don't want to complicate matters further. Knight to d8, trying to take that pawn off the board on e6. That is a majestic Christmas tree on their board. The knight is the star on top. Oh, no. Oh no. Not the Christmas tree pawn structure. Bartel is still playing, and I'm expecting that game to last for quite some time, guys. Bishop g6 on the board. King to d2. You can take the pawn on d4. Bishop e3 is also a nice move, but Shreyas is going for all the pawns. Let's take all the pawns, because as soon as this pawn is captured, you can just take that pawn. You take the pawn on e6, I take the pawn on e5, and there's no passed pawn for white. Bishop d7 would complete it. I feel so bad for Jules. He has had such a good tournament. He has had such good games. He was completely winning against Michael Adams. He was completely winning against Shreyas Royal. And if he had 2 more points, he would simply be leading the tournament. So, heartbreaking games for Jules, who has had quite a good tournament, but things did not go his way. He messed up pretty badly. And in chess, mistakes are unforgivable. Three of the other games have already ended in a draw. We have 2 more games going on, and the game between Andrei Volokutin and Mateusz Bartel has not changed a lot ever since we were there. So that's why we're just keeping the board here, as I'm expecting the game to be finished soon, and then we can focus on the remaining game for the rest of the broadcast. All the pawns are just disappearing. The resignation can happen any moment, as Jules does not have anything left. There we go. Resignation finally on the board, everyone. Shreyas Royal, huge talent from England, winning his game against none other than Jules Moussa. Shreyas doing the absolute impossible, coming back from a losing position and not just drawing the game, but winning it. What a fantastic result by the youngster, who only needs a draw in tomorrow's game to fulfill his 2nd Grandmaster norm. What a fantastic performance, and I can't wait to see him play tomorrow against the leader of the tournament, Michael Adams. So now we can switch to the game between Andrei Volokutin and Mateusz Bartel, the final game going on in round 8 of the London Chess Classic. This is so exciting. We were thinking maybe we'll have 5 draws this round, as the players were making mistakes left and right, but all of a sudden we have one decisive result after 4.5 hours, almost 5. Bartel's games are crazy. Absolutely. I mean, what do you even make of this position? Of course he is in losing position, but it's not so easy for white to win this. Once again, if white had the light squared bishop, it would be so much easier to win this. But now, because it's a dark squared bishop, this bishop is unable to attack the pawns on the light squares. This bishop is covering the pawns very well. So how do you proceed here? He needs to find a way out, but not so easy. Absolutely, David. So the criteria to get a GM norm. First of all, in a tournament, you need a performance rating of 2600. Very difficult to reach. it depends on who you played against, what the rating was, and what your performance is against them. So on the FIDE website, there is a really nice table showing that when the opponent's average rating in the tournament is, let's say, if he faced players that are on average 2600, that means that having a 50% score would be enough, because that would be 2600 rating performance. And if you score higher than 50%, you, of course, your performance rating bumps up by a lot. There are some calculations regarding that, but if you lose a game and you have less than 50% of the score, 50% score, your performance rating will go down quite a bit. So in this tournament, since we are in a closed event, the organizers made sure, of course, that there is a certain amount of players from a different country, as that is one of the main requirements in a GM norm case. But yeah, there's all sorts of requirements so that you avoid having someone face, let's say, 9 players from the same country, right? Or 9 players from the same federation. So in order to avoid things such as match fixing or whatever. So there are some strict rules to a Grandmaster norm, but essentially the most important rule is you need to get a 2600 rating performance. And that is not easy. And of course, you need to face at least 3 Grandmasters in one event. And since all the other players are Grandmasters, that rule was easy to fulfill here. So we're now in this position. Bishop d6 on the board, defending the pawn on a3, which was already covered, but where is this bishop heading to? Really difficult to see how white can proceed here. I mean, the evaluation bar says it's almost +3, but I have my doubts about how winning this is for white, because this rook on the 4th rank is a monster. The king is stopping the h-pawn. I have a really difficult time trying to find a winning plan here, guys, because bishop b4 doesn't really change much, right? It's not like the king can go to b3 to capture that rook. And in any case, if needed, a5 can be played, which is not desired because you'd rather keep the pawn on a6. But once again, I have yet to see a convincing winning plan from white. And with 2 minutes on the clock, it is getting more and more difficult. I don't have any norms on my name, only WIM norms. I have like 7 or 8 WIM norms now. I'm always sure I wouldn't win this as white. Same. It's not easy at all. It feels easy, right? Because, oh, my bishop is so strong. I'm sure that I can find a way to move the pawn to c4, but if you take a closer look, do you play c3, rook d4? So the problem in my situation is that FIDE Master is considered a higher title than Women International Master in all the systems out there. So it is registered that I'm FIDE Master, but I already have the WIM title. So when I go to tournament, at the prizing ceremony, they often announce that I have received a WIM norm, and I'm like, I already have my title, thank you. So it's always very, I mean, okay, it's not so annoying, I guess, but it gets annoying when you have 7 or 8 or maybe even more WIM norms at this point, and people are like super excited to tell me like, yeah, you got the norm, and I'm like, no, I have the title. This is not important to me. So you just need 3 WIM norms for the title, of course, but I got that 7 years ago, so yeah, to still be earning WIM norms, I mean, it's cool, but it's nice to know that I'm still on that level, but I would like to have higher norms. But that depends on my performance. So that's really funny that the system still shows me as gaining those WIM norms even after having the title. Yeah. Because oftentimes the tournaments, they give you this official sort of certificate showing that you have gotten the norm in question. But recently I have not seen so many of those. They have to print it out. They don't want to. They will show it. They will share it through email or whatever. So yeah, you can't even sell them. Rook c8 on the board. Let's see what is next. So indeed, c3 was played. Was that with the idea to play rook d4? Clearly. Rook d4, what is next? Rook a4, is that the idea? It's even difficult to find what the ideas are of the players, their moves, simply because the winning idea is so hard to spot. So moving the rook to c8, I'm guessing because you want to avoid the rook trade, but then again, we're really afraid of that? Hard to say. Winning try. No doubt. But I wonder how winning it is with the opposite color bishops. I'm guessing that it's winning simply because this king is stuck to the h-pawn and you can't play f4. I think that is a deal breaker for black. Had black the possibility to play f4 without bishop takes on the board, then it would have been a different story. But the rook retreated. Rook to d4 now. You can play bishop to c4 to not allow any sort of rook a4, but not an easy position for white to win. I believe there is a new rule, right, that limits the amount of norms you can get in round robins. I believe it's limited to 1 now. Is that correct? To avoid that you only get norms through closed events. I believe there is a restriction on that now. That you can't have all 3 norms like that. You need to have a Swiss norm or whatever. Something changed in the rules. King d3 and c4. Yeah, that is actually a good start. So bishop c4 has to be played indeed. There we go. Black is trying to control the light squares, whereas white is controlling the dark squares, but would rather shift that bishop to the light squares too. Oh, thanks for sharing, Akjad. Two is okay, but at least one has to be from a super Swiss. Ah, okay, interesting. Interesting. Bishop f4. I guess to try to get the rook to the 6th rank. I've not played a Grand Swiss. I'm unfortunately too weak to play in that tournament, but hopefully one day I manage to qualify for this cool tournament. That'll be awesome. Bishop to f1. Hmm. What is the plan here now? Hard to see how white can punish this. This endgame is simply incredible, guys. I mean, it's just hilarious to me how the white pawns are all on dark squares. The black pawns are all on light squares. And they are on the same squares as their bishops, so it feels impossible to make progress. Like, I have a really hard time understanding why the evaluation is +3, because how do you make progress? You think it's a dead draw? Are we being deceived by the eval bar? It does feel like a dead draw indeed. I'm just failing to see how white can make any progress. Rook d7 on the board. Evil bar. Let's take a look. So we're only running to 22 depth, guys. Maybe that's causing some issues. Matibar seems to be losing, but I'm having a hard time figuring out how he's losing because it seems to be a fortress, which is difficult for white to break through. Now do you have rook c7? And after rook c7, rook d8 check, the king has to move and the bishop as well after that, and then you can play c4. So I'm curious if rook c7 will be met by simply taking on c7. If king e3 now? Oh, I guess king e3, bishop... I was saying bishop b5, but you still have rook c7. I guess it wouldn't help so much. Bishop b5, rook c7, rook e8 check. Rook comes to e4. The pawn, we don't really care about it as much, I guess. The clock situation is absolutely accurate. Andrei Volokitin is known to be low on the clock many times in his games, so this is no surprise either. He's down to 1 minute and 30 seconds. The players do not get additional time anymore. They do get 30 seconds increment after every single move they make. So he will not run out of time, but he's definitely the player with more pressure as the time pressure may get too much. You think there's no fortress? Yeah, after rook c7 especially, you're forcing the rook trade. Otherwise, the pawn will be able to move forward. So I'm curious if Mateusz will decide to trade the rooks and hope for the best. The problem here is that this pawn on h4, was this pawn not there at all, let's say it was on f4, would be completely different story, because then it would be much easier for black to hold. But now with the passed h-pawn, it is simply too much. This king is stuck, cannot help the position too much, cannot move forward as much, because that would allow the pawn to move forward. King to c2 now. Allowing bishop d3 check. But okay, after that, you simply play c4, right? You move the king. At some point, play c4. Yeah. By playing rook c7, Andrei has found a way to move that pawn up, the c pawn. And as soon as that pawn moves up, it is lights out. Very exciting case today, but I'm even more excited about the games tomorrow, guys. We may see quick draws, but we may also see people fighting for first place still, as Gukash and Amin are right behind Michael Adams, trying to fight an earner spot in the top 3 at least. But the chances of Gukash have been getting lesser and lesser throughout the tournament, and now he needs to hope that Michael Adams loses, Amin doesn't win, and that Gukash himself wins his game. So 3 results that Gukash relies on in order to gain enough points for the Grand Prix circuit, but doesn't seem to be happening. Doesn't seem to be the case. Especially that indeed Shiraz wants to have a draw tomorrow against Michael Adams, and since Michael Adams also doesn't want to take much risk, he may be going for that as well. c4 on the board. And there goes a c-pawn. Difficult to stop. And the game continues. Very interesting, by the way, to see that the second half of the tournament we've had very long games. The players have really been trying to play until the very, very end. And that's simply amazing to see that the games are so exciting, fighting until the very end, and a lot of decisive games, of course. Should be 6 now, 1 minute on the clock for Andre. Moves the king up to c3. And we may see another masterclass for Andre. Andre has had such a mixed tournament, right? He has had pretty bad games in the first half, but the second half of the tournament, that win against Hans Niemann will not be forgotten for a long time, as he simply showed a true masterpiece. How to win his game while he's down in exchange. He sacrificed the exchange on purpose because he was simply dominating with the minor pieces. So he has had really good games. If he didn't have such a bad start as he did in the first half, he may have been having a good chance at finishing in the top 3. I'm struggling to see how Andre gets his rook off the c-file. I guess he's not in the rush, right? Because he can first move the c-pawn up and the king will get closer and then the rook will be able to move, right? That is my guess. Hey, Hars Hillian. Hello. Rook c6 attacking the pawn on a6, all right. a5 on the board. Ooh, bishop c7? Bishop c7, rook c8 doesn't help, right? I guess you can just start pushing the pawn. c5, nice and simple. Yeah, you don't want to leave with the rook from the c-file just yet. But as soon as the pawn advances, you'll be able to move the rook. The king will support at some point and it will be game over. But Andre has other plans, guys. He wants to grab that a-pawn off the board. He wants to get rid of that pawn. If a4, king b4 will be played. And this seems to be very convincing, as Andre will have another passed pawn, and that will be too much for Mateusz to handle. Indeed, this won't take much longer. It was very difficult to see, right? How was White able to win this? Looked very complicated, very difficult, but Andre simply maneuvered his pieces around and made everything happen to trade. Not trade, but try to trade off those rooks off the board. And if not, he will be able to move that c-pawn up. So soon that c-pawn will move forward and that should be over. Rook a8 protecting that pawn. But now rook b5. The pawn moves up. And as soon as the rook goes to c8, that pawn will be captured. So now rook c8 first, you play c5. That pawn will be lost if it is not defended. Eleven minutes left for Mateusz Bartel. It's crazy to see, right, how Andrei Volokitin has so little time on the clock, yet he just makes the perfect moves out there. He makes chess look so easy. He has Maybe he should start with 2 minutes on the clock. He spends so much time throughout the game, but he plays so well when he's low on the clock. So it doesn't even seem to affect him that much. But with 2 minutes on the clock, he has been playing very precisely. And the move seems logical, for sure, for sure. There's only so much that black can do here, and it is difficult for white to mess up here. A4 has been played. I'm expecting the king to move closer to that pawn now. He can't take that pawn just yet because of bishop d7, right? So king b4. The rook will have to move, let's say, rook. I guess rook b6. But you need to make sure that the pawn is defended. I guess bishop d6, but I expected it to move later, but let's see. Bishop d6 first. Okay. Can Mateo still create some chance for himself to draw? Not looking good, right? The pawn on a4 is simply going to be lost very soon. If not that pawn on a4, the king is going to support that pawn, and soon we'll see that pawn strive. Exactly. Black is, of course, trying to play on the clock. I mean, this is not a position you want to resign. This is not a satisfying position to resign. You want to give your opponent the opportunity to try to beat you. So as soon as it is a clear losing position with the pawn on c7, rook on b8, the king on b4, etc., that is a moment that you can consider resigning. But for now, white needs to still show and make a few more moves to show that they truly understand how this is winning, in what way, and that there's no way for black anymore to build some sort of fortress, some sort of defense that white cannot cross anymore. But all in all, this is completely winning for white, and white can make very simple moves even with very little time on the clock. He can still play the move king b4 now. He can still play it. Oh, he plays rook g8. He's trying to push the h-pawn now. I mean, why not, right? The king has to go back to h5 now. Of course. Good night, Madrid Chess Academy. Hopefully, Munich 2024, hopefully. Would be awesome. Yeah, you have to try to give your opponents opportunities to blunder, right? So now after h5, I would slowly start considering to resign indeed. This is getting into resignation territory as the h-pawn is advancing and this rook is simply superior over that rook on a7. Harry is indeed running out there. Why king f3? If king h5, you gotta check. On g5 or h8, you have to run anyway out. So h5 will happen regardless. So still trying to get that counterplay going somewhere, somehow, but it's not going to happen. Yeah, difficult to say. I don't believe there is resignations in other sports, right? One injury, yeah, but other than that, you keep playing. You keep playing until the very end, yeah. Rook 8 on the board. Allowing bishop f7, so you have to retreat to h8. Boxing. Oh, yeah. But I guess it also has a lot to do with injury, yeah. You can forfeit in esports. Yeah, I guess you could, but you're not allowed to. I think you would get kicked out of the team if you do that. Rook h8 on the board. And soon the pawn will move forward. And it's simply too much, even though it can still be defended with bishop g6, rook g8, rook g7, and lights out. Yeah, too bad for Mateusz Bortel, who had an amazing game yesterday against Hans Niemann. That game was absolutely madness. And in this game, I mean, it just went downhill really quickly. He had one opportunity to come back, but didn't make use of it. And now he's in a very much losing position, as his opponent has 2 passed pawns. Simply impossible to stop. He's trying to get rook to b3 to take that pawn on a3. But I'm sensing a c6 here incoming, so that the bishop covers the pawn on a3 and c6, c7 with promotion. This should be resigned soon. I don't see any other possibilities here for black anymore. Amazing conversion by Andre, though, because it looked very difficult, right? How do you continue this opposite color bishop endgame with still a pair of rooks on the board, but still not so easy to figure things out? Mateusz was defending really well with the rook on the 4th rank, but sooner or later, Andre was able to get that rook off the c-file, off the 4th rank, and managed to move that c-pawn forward all the way to c6. What else is there for Mateusz Bartel? Rook b3 check, you just move forward. And this is inevitable. We see Andre going away from the board, getting up. And wait. Suddenly a few moves in a row happened. c6, rook b3 check, king to e2, c7, game over. Anyone resign in winning positions yet? Not in this tournament, but I'm sure it has happened otherwise. c7, and we may see the resignation happen any moment now. As the arbiter approached the board, we're all waiting for that moment now. Always so tense watching the last game, right? The final game. The players are approaching the 18th move, which means that they may cut new paper sheets. But I'm not expecting that to happen. I wouldn't say that biophil. It was still complicated. It was not super clear there. I mean, I would say drawing in a winning position would be a shame if you had, let's say, an extra piece and you agreed to a draw, or if you have a really clear checkmate sequence or something like that. So yeah, 2 pawns up. Well, I've seen positions with 2 pawns up that were forced draw. Doesn't say anything. And I would want to bet that that there are some players in the world that would lose that position because it was very complex. So just going off by material balance or the engine evaluation is not a good way to look at a game of chess. Because that would yeah, that would not be very helpful for chess development. But in any case, guys, we see a resignation indeed in this game. Andrei Volokitin has officially won his game. I was still thinking maybe rook d3 check, king c5, and you have still rook c3, but this bishop is pinned and is simply going to be captured on the next move. So with this win, Andrei has done a really good job winning this game. Mateusz Bertel, unfortunately, he seemed to have, struggled this tournament with the French defense. He had one small opportunity to come back in the game, but ever since he missed that opportunity, Andrei Volokitin did not give up. Did not give up whatsoever, and he managed to win pretty smoothly. I mean, it seems to be very concerning with the clock, right? With the time management of him, but he played super solid and showed us how to win this endgame despite its complexity with the opposite color bishop. So with that being said, everyone, the players are still analyzing the game, but we are going into the final round with a lot of excitement. Let me take a look if we have an update in the standings. We do. Let's take a look right there. These are the current standings, everyone. We go into the final round with Michael Adams leading with 5.5 out of 8. We have Kukesh and Amin, who drew today, going into the final round with 5 out of 8. And after that, surprisingly joining the top 4, Andrei Volokitin on 4.5 points. Who would have thought? The one that had a really tough first half of the tournament, coming back here in the second half, he may be fighting for the top 4 places as well. So, super exciting final round, guys. And all eyes will be not just on the top 4, but also on Shreya Zorial, who needs a draw tomorrow against none other than the leader, Michael Adams. With a draw, Shreya Zorial will achieve his Grandmaster norm, the second one, and that would be absolutely amazing to see, right? So we're hoping to see this happen. He has gotten super close, and against all odds, he managed to win today's game to get this close to his second Grandmaster norm. Would be absolutely amazing to see. But for now, everybody, this is the end of the coverage of round 8 of the London Chess Classic. I hope you guys enjoyed following along with me together. Today was a pretty wild day. A lot of draws today, but also 2 very exciting, decisive results. So without further ado, guys, thank you so much for watching. Hope to see you back tomorrow, as the final rounds will be played tomorrow. Same time, same place. Thanks for watching, everyone, and hope to see you back tomorrow. This was the London Chess Classic, signing off here from round 8. See you tomorrow. Bye, guys. Take care.